Ooh, 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 ooh. So you think you can do a song and remember the lyrics? Do 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 do. I don't remember the lyrics. Oh, I wish I could remember lyrics. Do do. It's the weekend, and I'm happy about that. It's the weekend. I have this band-aid on my thumb because I stacked it. I tripped over the other morning on the way to work. I tripped over and I stacked it. And that part's still healing. You can still see that that's still healing. This part didn't get too messed up. But so I'll show you what happened. I was holding an up and go in my hand, like so, and I tripped. And you know how like when you trip and fall, you usually like go like that to brace yourself, like. Well, I had the up and go in my hand, and I didn't want to spill it, so I went like that, and my thumb was underneath it, and I skinned my thumb, and I'm still waiting for it to heal properly. I'm gonna check on it. Yo, what up? Nice to see you stream again. Hi, CJ O'Connell. Oh, it's pretty good. It's nearly there. I just have to wear a band-aid on it because work, and I don't want like germs from like my keyboard or my desk or people coughing on me or something getting into the wound and like infecting me. Yo, that'd be gross. Um, but yeah, it's like it's nearly there. It was pretty bad when I first did it. Like I skinned it down to the flesh. Like the entire dermis was gone, and you could see my flesh. So it's pretty good. It's nearly healed. I'm just gonna maybe get a fresh band-aid on standby in case I get sick of having no band-aid. Hi Jazzy. How you, beautiful? Hi Michael. How are you? I'm good. I had a weird day at work. I don't really want to. I shouldn't talk about it. I'm not allowed. I shouldn't talk about it. I'll cause problems for myself. I'll cause problems for myself. I'll cause problems for myself if I talk about it. And it's short. Yeah, I can't really talk about it. But it's someone was rude. That annoyed me. Um, one of the things that I was going to say that I think I've said this before, but like I'm going to say it again because like um, I'm pretty sure I was right. Uh, but like I have more reason to think I'm right this time as well. Um, so like Einstein's theory of relativity is partially, to some extent, um, based on. Of course, my mom is like up and about doing things because she can hear me talking, and she has to be in the background doing things. So Einstein's theory of relativity is like partially based on like this experiment that they did where they like I said this before, so like sorry if like you're hearing this again and you've heard me talk about this before. Yeah, I actually literally thought the other day how it would be good to see you streaming again. That's cool. 100. Um. So, oh my god, I wish this would get better. When I take aspirin, it gets better. I'm getting sidetracked. Maybe I should have another aspirin. I think it's alright. I'm not in like severe pain right now. It's okay for now. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, so his theory of relativity, general relativity, is like partially based on this experiment that they did. So like the whole thing about like time being relative, essentially, is chalked up to this experiment that they did, where they put a clock in a high gravitational well, and the clock ran slower in the high gravity in that well. And so Einstein's theory was that at higher gravity, time goes slower, um, which doesn't make any sense to me because, like, in my opinion, time actually isn't real and it's not a measurable thing. And I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. It's not real. So, like, it doesn't make sense to me that Einstein and whoever else he was working with concluded that because this clock was running slower in this high gravitational well, that it means that time moves slower at high gravity. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like the clock is made of stuff and like it has gears. It has to move, like it has gears. And like computer systems, even like if you have a digital clock, it might not have gears, but it has, it has magnetism, electricity, magnetism running through it to operate, right? So they're like physical things, like gears and like kinetic things going on in these devices that measure time that can be affected by high gravity. So to me, it just doesn't make sense to say that time moves slower at high gravity because you've observed a clock moving slower at high gravity. That doesn't make any sense to me because, like, what the fuck? Sorry for my language, but like, what the fuck? So, I think I went then to like look at entropy. So like, the general like consensus is that entropy slows down at high gravity. I'm pretty sure that's what I read. Just let me check because it's wrong. So what I read, I'm going to correct myself if I'm saying the wrong thing, but just let me say it first. So what I read was the entropy slows down under high gravity. Doesn't make any fucking sense because during nuclear, what's it called? Nuclear. Let me get the word right. Nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion? Give me 2 seconds. All right. So you can Google it yourself. So they reckon that under high gravity, entropy decreases, right? Because like time decreases. So their observation of the clock moving slower, they then said that time moves slower. Big, huge fault. Massive mental gymnastics, shortcuts, whatever. Terrible heuristics, bullshit. Um, the general consensus also on top of this is that under high gravity, entropy goes slower, which is also fucking bullshit. Because during nuclear fusion, entropy increases. So like you can't have it both ways. Nuclear fusion is something that happens under intense gravity pressure. Under intense pressure of gravity. Like what the fuck do you think the sun is? The sun is just it's like an apex of gravity that like a soup, like a low density soup of basically hydrogen or water. No, not even hydrogen. Sorry, it's like H2O gas, like water gas is like being fed through this like apex of high gravity, which is the sun, and then nuclear fusion happens, and entropy increases. So technically, does time speed up at the sun? I mean, like, what the fuck? Like, I don't get where people are drawing these conclusions where on the one hand they're saying that nuclear fusion increases entropy, and by that logic they'd also have to be saying that nuclear fusion increases the rate of time. And then on the other hand they're saying that high gravity decreases the rate of time and also decreases entropy. It can't be both. This is what keeps me up at night. This is what I mean, among other things, among more important things. But this is what keeps me up at night. Doesn't make any sense. So what I think is going on is time is not slowing down at high gravity. Entropy is not decreasing at high gravity, because if my theory of what the sun is correct, which I think it is, then it's not. Then time cannot be slowing down at high gravity. Problem solved. There you go. I just wanted to get that off my chest. I think it's annoying, and just the inconsistencies. I'm sure there's someone working on it, but like if there is someone working on it and like people aren't listening to them, you might want to go like, I don't know, find what they have to say. I guess. I mean, technically I'd be one of those people, but like I didn't write a paper on it, so I guess like fuck me, right? I don't know. I don't know if I have anything else to say. Let me just poison my body with Coke. I'm sure it's not that bad. It's just like sugar water with like a bit of spice. And like fucking caffeine and shit. I guess maybe I should be doing like some actual no, the sun is source a portal projector. Well, I once upon a time, before I threw out my journal, I had this journal where I was writing about like chemistry, like chemical reactions, what atoms break down into which ones and blah blah blah. Like, because I was trying to solve the carbon capture prize until I realized that wasn't real. But so I had like this journal where I was like trying to figure out how to capture carbon. I figured out the answer, by the way. I know how to do it. I just need to refresh my memory and do it again. The answer to capture carbon is making solar panels that have, I think it's that they have to have a particular element. I think it's lithium. No, it's not lithium. They have to be infused with a particular unstable atom that can be stabilized within a particular, I think that it can be stabilized in a particular metal. I need to refresh my memory. I know that I can work it out again if I refresh my memory on this stuff. But my idea is that you would make solar panels out of a certain material, and it would be infused with these particular unstable like atoms or molecules, and the carbon in the atmosphere would come into contact with this, and because the solar panels would be conducting heat as well, then you would also be able to capture the carbon and combine it with another unstable or incomplete molecule or piece. Not a molecule. I'm pretty sure they're just atoms. Are they atoms or they're molecules? I can't remember. I'm tired. But you can create lithium out of the carbon and the other incomplete thing using solar panels. Just that was something that was in this journal. But in this journal, I also had like this diagram that, because like I was doing all of this like chemistry stuff in there, and I also had like, because I was also trying to figure out like how the fuck does the sun work, and because I wanted to conceptualize in my own head like what might be going on, and the logical explanation that I came up with is that we may be in some kind of vacuum or bubble that contains like none of this like primordial soup, like this low density H2O gas, or it's a gas that has hydrogens and oxygens in it that can come together into apexes of like gravity. But within our vacuum, so in our bubble, we don't really have much of it at all. And if we do, it's not being sucked into a high gravity like apex or vortex or whatever. But on the outside of our bubble is low pressure. So we're in the vacuum, we're in the bubble, and on the outside is low pressure, just H2O, very low pressure H2O gas, like a very like fine dispersed mist, and it goes through like this high gravity like apex sort of like vortex, and as it gets squeezed through here by getting sucked at the other end of it by the other low gravity spaces in between these bubbles that I guess would be like these, I guess, worlds in space. I don't know. As it gets sucked through that, nuclear fusion happens, and that's how we have the sun. So my theory, I could be dead wrong, but my theory is that it looks. Let me draw it. Hang on. I'll get a pen. Can I use this? I can use this little book. But this little book, it's actually like a little diary, like a. The pages suck. They're not designed for this. Oh, I know. I'll get you this one. All right, so my theory is that it looks like this. And I've drawn it before, but I threw out the journal that had it in there. So my theory is that it's like a torus, but it's hard to draw a torus to explain this because what's going on is inside the hole in the torus, like in the middle of the donut. You know, a torus is like a donut shape. So I'll just like draw like a lateral dissection. So this pen is like sky blue-ish or like water blue, so it might not be that dark. But so basically what I think is going on is we're in here or here, or we're in both at the same time, and for some reason we perceive space differently. It's quite possible that we're just going around in this torus around the apex here. So my theory is that all of out here, you can't see properly, so all of out here is like a really low density like H2O like mist kind of thing, and also out here is too. And here we have like the nuclear fusion of the sun, and as this low density H2O mist gets sucked through this like high gravity, high pressure like space between here, but it gets sucked by this low pressure as well. Because like have any of you ever been in like a house that has like this terrible wind tunnel, and like if you leave like the front door and the back door open, one of the doors will slam shut. It's because like the inside of the house is higher pressure than outside, and so the one end of the house is sucking the door shut through the house. You know what I mean? Like it's going like that. So it's kind of like that, and I think we're existing in here, and this is a torus shape, and I think that's what's going on. So I don't really know like how far it extends, and like if that's the case, and that's like our galaxy, like how many Tauruses are there, and like do they all like interlock with each other and like kind of like layer on top of each other? Are they like because like these are questions that we should be asking. Like we can't just like throw out these kinds of theories just because like, oh, it doesn't make sense though, because like we can see like other like, you know, galaxies, and we can see like way out there, look at all those big stars and suns and stuff, and it's like, yeah, but like we do know like from like string theory and stuff like that. I mean, we don't know, but we can like speculate from string theory that space might be a little bit more complicated than Lego blocks. You know what I mean? Like Lego blocks, like you have to have like one's on top of the other, and you know they have to sit next to each other. I don't think that's how it works. I think maybe there's something a bit more complicated going on. And I think these like these vortices, or like, you know, apexes of like high gravity that exist, it is like highly probable, in my opinion anyway, just based on the things that I've experienced and stuff like that. Like, wow, I've experienced some weird shit. And just because I can't explain it doesn't mean that it's not happening, by the way. Like I'm so sick of people trying to be like, oh, like you know, like those kinds of things don't exist, it's not real because like it's not proven by science. And it's just like, so like for some reason mainstream science can't see that saying time slows down in high gravity but also nuclear fusion causes entropy to speed up. They can't see that that's a direct contradiction that just doesn't work. So like whatever. But it's like, I think it's highly probable that there's some complicated, like I guess like interlocking, sort of like overlapping, like tessellation of some sort going on. um why do I think about this shit so much? um so maybe something that, I mean, I can remember all this stuff. Like I can start journaling about it again, it's fine. um but I suppose like my next thing would be to start reading the works of Stephen Hawking, and to see if I can try and understand string theory. Um, because in my opinion, like the stuff that I'm talking about, the things that I think could be going on, is most likely um, is most likely and more it's most likely like string theory based, I would say. I just, you know, I just haven't read string theory before, so I don't really know. But I imagine that, I'm assuming that if I went and learned about string theory, I'd probably find that my theory would probably fit right in there, just based on the brief understanding that I have of string theory. Um, your brain firing on all cylinders all the time, all the time. Except for when I'm sleeping. But even then, sometimes when I'm sleeping, I just have these weird epiphanies as well. So I don't know. Yeah. No sun stars. I don't think I've seen your username before, or maybe I have. No sun stars. Oh, you know what? Also, oh, someone's driving past my house like really fast. That's so tough. Um, Also, another thing is like, I kind of think like, you know how everyone's saying that the sun, like that we're moving away from the sun, and that the sun's expanding, and they reckon like it's the expanding universe. You know, it's also possible that we're just I don't want to say something scary, but you know the Mandela effect, and you know how like some people remember the past differently to others. So I remember, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but like I'm not going to say what it is, but quite recently, something really big, like I'm talking like world affecting big. I remember it being different, like very different to how it is now. And like I don't know how I can explain this without like giving away what I'm talking about, because like, I know I'm gonna get a shit if I talk about it. So like there should okay, so there should be evidence of how I remember it, but like it's like history's being like digitally rewritten, and you know, like it's like it's like it was never like that before. And like, you know, I just kind of think, give us a hint. No, I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to say anything about it, you know, because like, yeah, but I'll talk about the other things. So I'm just saying, like, you know, Mandela effect. Like, some, okay, maybe a better example. Some people remember like the names of children's books being different to what they know now. Like our reality, everybody we call a planet that we observe is underwater, protected by its own firmament. What's that? No worries. Well, I don't want to say it because, like, I mean, there's one other person, actually, sorry, two other people, at least two other people that know that I observed this. I just don't think it's wise for me to say it on here. But yeah, you know what the Mandela effect is. So what I'm about to say is kind of scary. So like, I mean, I guess it's equally as scary as the mainstream narrative of us getting further away from the sun as well, I suppose. But I think the mainstream narrative of getting further away from the sun like gives us a projected sort of like planet like lifespan much higher than if it were the other way around. So I remember growing up being told that the sun is a black hole. I remember that. I remember it actually just being a thing, like a thing that everyone knew. I remember everyone knew that we were heading towards the sun, and that one day we would sail into the sun. I remember this, and now for some reason, that was never a thing. And now the mainstream narrative is we're an expanding universe. We're getting further away from the sun, and the sun is also expanding, and everything else is getting further away from Earth because the universe is expanding, and we're also getting further away from the sun, but the sun is also expanding as well. So that's why we feel like we're getting closer to the sun because the sun's expanding at a certain rate, or whatever. But like I remember it as the sun is a black hole, and so like it could be equally true that we're actually heading towards the sun, and the sun's not actually expanding. We're just getting closer to it. And the reason the rest of the universe seems to be expanding beyond us is because we're getting further away from it. And like so it depends on what perspective you take, you know, like both are equally valid perspectives based on the data that we've observed. So it's either we're in an expanding universe and the sun is expanding too, and it's expanding at a higher rate than everything else, and that's why it looks like we're getting closer, or we actually are getting closer to the sun because the sun is a black hole. That makes more sense to me though, based on what the explanation I think the sun is. Makes more sense that it's a black hole. Scary. but I think like the projected timeline of like Earth into the future, then we might have less time overall as like a planet if we're going towards the sun, because if we're moving, so if the universe really is expanding and the sun's just expanding at a slightly higher rate, we would have more time on our hands because we're not speeding up as we get closer. But if we're going towards the sun, you naturally get faster and faster and faster as you go into a black hole. So if we're going towards the sun, we have like an exponentially less amount of time than, because it's exponential, than if we were sailing away from it. And you can't, you know, like it depends on how you interpret the data. You know, it's I don't know. I would like to see competing arguments on this, because I'm not convinced that we're sailing away from the sun, because I was always told it was a black hole, and for some reason Mandela effect, and suddenly like it was never like that, we never said that. It's like, okay. I remember being told as a kid that the sun would explode one day, and that was great. Yeah, I remember being told that too. But I also remember being told that the sun was a black hole and we were going towards it. It kind of my brain's moving too fast. I'm trying to talk as fast, and I'm thinking. It reminds me of the the Soundgarden song Black Hole Sun, because like Black Hole Sun, hello. And like basically that's how the world will end. CERN, what do you think about CERN, Michael? I would always think, what would it be like to be born when the sun is exploding? Yeah, that'd be weird. I was thought, like, what would it be like if like we found out uh like a meteorite or some other like terrible satellite was like heading towards Earth, and like, I mean, what would happen? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we found out and we couldn't stop it, because I think currently we have no way of stopping things properly. So, like, what if that happened and it came entirely out of left field and we had, like, I don't know, T minus a week to live? Like, what would happen? And, like, what about the day? The day that it happens? Like, that would be like so surreal. It'd be unlike anything that's ever happened before to humans, obviously, clearly, because it hasn't happened before. It'd just be, I don't know, like, I think about that sometimes and I'm like, wow, like, what would you do? Would you be just like running around on the surface of the earth, like freaking out? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What would you do? Um, I always think, oh yeah, you looked into certain stuff, Vicky. Yeah, I want to know what people think of CERN. Like, tell me some stuff about CERN. I'll look some stuff up. I don't really look into CERN very much. I do know that, I think Michael's told me before, like, he he reckons like they've opened up like miniature black holes or something in their experiments or some shit like that. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't read much about it. Probably one of the reasons I don't read a lot about it is because it's something that, like, I think if I start reading about it, I'm gonna get obsessed with it. Um, and I might like find out too much about it and then be like, oh, wish I didn't read that. um, just a glitch. We should speak with the developers to see if they can fix it. You mean the sun? There's two suns. What do you mean there's two suns, Michael? For real, are running around and freaking out. Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know what I would do if I found out something was like hurtling towards Earth. I don't really know. Like, would I think if there was less than a week, I would travel. I mean, maybe I wouldn't be able to travel. So like, I would hope I'd have some sort of insider knowledge, maybe, to be able to like situate myself somewhere. But like, I would travel and I would go see some people that I've been well overdue to see. Um, and I would, I don't know. How would I spend that time? I think I would go see someone and I would go see them, and yeah, I would just be with them for the final moments, and that would be it. I would try not to run around and freak out. Um, it's one of those things I haven't read too much about for the same reason. 2012 though, basically, yeah. Oh my god, 2012 was weird. Um, 2012 was such an overhype. There's a creator of sunlight. Wait, there's a creator, son of light energy, and a destroyer of sun. And a destroyer son of dark matter energy. I suppose you could be right about that. I've not heard of it, but it doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility. Um, Also, I was just thinking about the movie Melancholia tonight. What's that? Melancholia? Let me write that down. Do you want to write that down for you? Um, I'll write it down. Hang on. Melancholia. Melancholia. Who suggested this to me? CJ. It's a movie. Okay. I was just thinking the other day I haven't seen this chick around for a while. Oh, you were? Oh, you missed me? Yin yang AC/DC, dark light, positive negative. Yeah. Well, that's how things work, Michael, I guess. And that's why it doesn't make sense when people think two contradicting things about gravity. Because like there has to be something else going on. Same bro. I don't know why, but none of that apocalyptic stuff scares me now, at least. But yes, I agree there is a creator. I don't know if there's necessarily a creator. Like I'm more of the opinion that like everything is sort of like in your own head. So then I guess like if I believe that, then like how is everyone having their own experience and like how does that work? I guess. Um but yeah, creator doesn't mean like person, like entity, like it doesn't mean like, you like humanoid type entity that's, behaves like a human. Of course, I know that. There's a creator son. The second half of the ending of Melancholia is so good, terrifying but good. What type of movie is it? What genre? Like I'm considering watching it, but like I don't watch a lot of movies. um I was like checking out some shorts of like the like the Twilight movies, like the towards the end of the series. Oh my god, my brain is like not working. And like I guess it was like kind of late at night, I suppose, but like I was also really stressed out, and I just had like a couple of realizations about some things, and I'm like I'm like watching these shorts, and it's like Bella's like fucking emaciated because she's got a vampire baby in her and stuff, and I'm just like, this is so disturbing. It was actually like making me feel like a bit anxious. Um, and like I don't get anxious very often. Um, the second, okay, I just read that one. And a destroyer son. Isn't there like a name for this theory, Michael, or is this just something you've observed? Because like, if there's a name for it, I'd like to Google it to see if there's like an easy way to read about it. Would you do OnlyFans? You're kind of weird. No, that's the only thing you've got to say. So it's like an apocalypse film in the end. Okay. Ayers von Trier. I don't know. Is that a person? Probably one of his. Oh, it is a person. Probably one of his more known movies. Black Sun, Light Sun, Magnetic, Dark Matter Energy. Okay. It's depressing though, and like makes a correlation to depression itself and the apocalypse. Positive light energy. Light is electric. IPCC. Oh, that's nice. I haven't logged into my Facebook account for like ages. So if you've been messaging me on there, I just haven't been logging in. I'm sorry. I've honestly always gotten into solipsism stuff since I was a kid. Lol, shaking my head, kind of pointless. I don't know if I would call it like. I mean, I guess it is technically solipsism, but like I guess a jury would be out or not. I mean, oftentimes juries aren't right about a lot of things, and juries can consist of people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But I guess a jury is out on like whether or not solipsism and like selfishness or like well, not even narcissism, because narcissism and selfishness don't have really anything in common. But I think like the question would be like, is solipsism selfish, or is it a separate thing? The moon is a satellite. Have you watched The Fifth Element yet? No, I haven't. Is it like a horror movie? Well, at Twilight. Oh my god. Like, in a way, I like the first movie, the first Twilight. But at the same time, and like, this is nothing against like Kirsten Stewart. Is her name Kristen Stewart or Kirsten Stewart? I'm so sorry if I got that wrong. It's nothing against her or Robert Pattinson, but like, or Pattinson or whatever his name is. Um, but like, they didn't do the best job of portraying the like mannerisms and characteristics of the people that they were trying to act as. Um, it's almost like they were trying to imitate, for lack of a better word, autistic people, and they just, I don't know, they just couldn't get the facial expressions down pat, and it was just it very stilted and awkward and weird. I'm not dissing their acting style, like I don't want to be mean, but like yeah, I don't know, but like it was overall okay. But then like yeah, the further you get into the series, the more like weird and over the top it gets. Yeah, you're mad edgy. I know I'm so edgy. Um, the Fifth Element. No, yeah, I just mean the philosophy, for solipsism. Yeah. Um, I don't know. I don't know what I think about solipsism. I'm sort of trapped in it, so I'm not the best person to ask either. Um, Fifth Element is a Bruce Willis and Mila classic. Well, I suppose I'll watch it then. Let me write that down. Fifth Element. I only saw the first one too in theaters with a friend and these two girls. Kristen Stewart kind of sucks, but Pat has kind of proven himself over the years to be a decent actor. Yeah, Robert's pretty good, but like I don't know. I haven't seen Kristen Stewart in anything else, so I can't really make much of a judgment on her either. Um, you love it, okay? Fifth Element, 100% a classic. All right, well I'll watch Fifth Element then. I'll do that then. Jeez. Um, I think about these things too much though. Maybe I should like read about CERN. Like people keep bringing it up. Oh my god, hang on. Oh, there we go. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. That was a good one. It actually worked. It's good. I know you shouldn't crack your neck, but like I'm in pain all the time. Um, I had a big crush on Kristen Stewart, and then found out later she was only into chicks, and I find that happens a bit. I seem to be attracted to females that like females. Is she? I didn't know that about her. Hang on. Let me Google this. I feel like a lot of people think that I'm gay, but I'm not. I'm not really too sure where people get this idea that I'm gay. It's weird. I think it's probably because I don't act like really like girly. Maybe that's what it is. Even though like I have hyper feminine like features, like objectively speaking, like very estrogen features. Um, I think it's probably like the way I act, but I'm not like aggressive. Like sometimes I could be, but like I'm not like masculine, sort of like trying to get in people's face and stuff like that. I'm quite a sort of more soft, quiet person, but I think it's more like my interests and stuff like that. Maybe that's what it is. You look. What's quitty? What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. You think she's just bi? I don't know. Let me look this up about Kristen Stewart. Hang on. I think it means girl. I just looked up goody on Google, and apparently it means you put others' needs before yourself or something like that. So I think it actually is a word. Just do it. Is she actually like? I mean, I suppose it's not really any of my business what she is it? Yeah, I couldn't be gay. I'm not saying that I think it's like a bad thing or anything like that. I just couldn't be because I'm not. What do you think about John Lennon? Um, I don't really know what I think about John Lennon. I've done like some research into like a bit and like what happened with like the Beatles and like Yoko Ono and stuff. Um, hmm, I don't know. The song Imagine. Let's take this as like a let's say it's like the quintessential John Lennon song. Imagine, right? Because it is. Um, I mean, maybe not objectively, but like if you had to ask people how they think of John Lennon, they would say that song. I think there are more important songs that he's probably penned in the Beatles, but um, but the lyrics to that song. Let me just find it. Oh, I've told you to watch The Fifth Element like 5 times now. I will. Okay, I'll watch The Fifth Element and I'll watch Melancholia. Well, let me just like bring up the lyrics. Imagine by John Lennon. Um, Open in Apple Music Classical. Explore this artist in the app designed for classical music. What? When did they do this? Is that why you were asking me if I like classical music? Um, so let me just view the lyrics. Um, People often interpret that song as a bit atheistic. It probably kind of like I've listened to it. Sometimes the lyrics like weird me out a little bit, and I don't really know why. So I'm gonna read the lyrics if that's okay. Like you guys can totally click off this live if you don't want me to do that, but I'm gonna read it. So it says like, imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. I had some weird thing where I kind of liked classical music and big band when I was younger. Big band music. Really? I don't mind classical music. I like classical music. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. Like this song just kind of seems like I don't know. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Like it just kind of seems like I understand like part of the message. Like he's trying to be like, people fight over dumb shit. But like at the same time, I think he's being overly like not altruistic. I don't think that's the issue. Although sometimes being too altruistic can actually be a problem. But like he's being like um optimistic, I suppose. It's probably a combination of like actually no, I wouldn't even say because mis could be potentially misguided altruism. even. Because like he's not. I mean, I get that like this song is just a song, but like if that's the kind of philosophy that he has, like he thinks that everyone, no one should have any possessions and everything should be like community owned and stuff, and there should be no countries and no borders and stuff like that. But it's like not everybody is going to play along with that. So it's almost like a very naive point of view. Um, but like it would be great if it worked, obviously, but like it's very naive. Maybe it's not naive. Maybe he just made that song because he's like, one day we might be able to get to that point. But at the same time, like also that kind of thinking though can get to a point where like it's like not good. Like saying like imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can try. If you can. No need for greed or hunger, a brotherhood of men. Like imagine no possessions. Like what does he mean no possessions? Like I just feel like that part's a bit weird. Saying imagine no possessions. Like I like having things. I would like to own a house one day. I like nice things. Like I don't want to live in a society where there's no possessions. Currently, I have no possessions by choice. Because inflation is crazy high, and it's smarter for me to own nothing. So I do own nothing, but partially by choice, but also partially because I've been forced to. So was it a choice? No. So like imagine no possessions. It's like, yeah, but yeah. Remember when everyone when they got all the celebrities to sing that when COVID was good? No, wait, did they? I think I heard about this. Remember when they got all the celebrities to sing that when COVID was going hard? That was dystopian. Glad everyone disliked it though. Did I think I heard about this? Let me see if I can find it. Hang on, I can't play it out loud because I'll get like in trouble with YouTube. I mean, like technically, I don't get in trouble, but they'll like take the monetization off my video, which I just feel like is like getting in trouble. So I don't like doing it. And not that I'm monetized anyway. So what the celebrities singing imagine like it's just so fresh, man. If that's actually the case, they did that. Celebrities sing beautiful Imagine cover amid corona. Let me watch this. I just have to watch this ad about Disney Ice. I mean Disney on Ice, not Disney Ice, where they fuck dealing memes. Um, why are they singing this song during COVID? Who are these people? I don't recognize any of them so far. Oh, I recognize her. Ugh, shut up. Ugh. I recognize like one person so far. Oh no, I recognize her. Oh no, she's that. I'm gonna say the B word. She's that woman that was in that V for Vendetta movie. Of course, she's in this video. Of course, she's in it too. Of course, she's in it. She's that woman that was in that Loot series. The main character from that fucking series called Loot is in this too. There's just all these people who are like, give us the loot, basically. Like we're gonna joke, but kind of though. To be honest, lol. when they got all that was so funny. I never even watched it all. It was just talked about a lot. Pretty much everyone was just like, no, which is good. Well, like I recognize 3 people in this, and none of them are that famous for one, which whatever. But like, it is a point. And then the other thing is like all of them have been in like these watch how I'm talking about things. So all of them have been in like these like kind of like edge lord like productions of some sort where they think like they think that hounding and harassing people and like prying into people's private lives and trying to like psyop people that they don't know um into like doing what they want basically is like virtuous and a good thing to do, and it's actually really shitty and like borderline evil. um yeah, okay, wow. That's so fucking that's so fucking creepy, dude. So that came out. Wild times. Wild times. If we go down, then we go down together. It's a better song. Oh, that's wild. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm sort of glad I revisited that. Thanks for bringing it up. I mean, like I was just gonna leave it as like some like random thing that I like skimmed over, but no, I'm glad that I actually saw the people in it, saw who it was. It puts things into perspective a little bit more. It's making sense. It's making sense. Um, I mean, like on top of everything else. Excuse me. We Are the World. What? It's kind of like what they did in the 80s with the AIDS song with a bunch of celebrities. We Are the World. They no. Why do they? But I just, what I think about that Imagine cover. I think it's a psyop, and I think it's almost like bullying. Honestly, it's highly politically motivated, and it's designed to put pressure on like a select few people. By the way, and it's like the people that they don't know trying to like basically break up families. It's awful. Like when you see it, which is hard to see if you're like in the know. But like, yeah, watching that was gross. I'm so used to this stuff now. Like, I guess, um, I mean, it's all just this naive utopianism idea. Yeah, I know, but like, these are the type of people who will like get out the guillotine, or the guillotine, and like, you know, hurt people because they want to shake their lunch money out. They're just bullies. Um, when some disaster goes down, all the celebrities are like, "We got to come together and sing some pseudo commie song now." Yeah, no, but like, so if you watch that video, they're not like any of the like A-listers or anything like that. They're just like these random like sort of obscure people who have been in productions that are like um they've been in productions that are like designed to um it's not technically it is redistributing, but like when these people talk about redistributing, ultimately they're not gonna like disperse it evenly across the population. What would that do anyway? By the way, that would be so counterproductive. It's not even funny because a lot of people, I mean, while I do agree that like a lot of people probably should have a bit more to live on, um, I just don't really feel like um, I don't really feel like dispersing someone's wealth across the general population um, is necessarily like the best idea, especially when like I don't want to say that because I'm gonna get in trouble if I say it. I'm just gonna shut my mouth about that. Point done. Um, but the other thing is like if they did redistribute wealth, there's no way it would be dispersed evenly. It'd just like go into the hands of some of these idiots who managed to like, you know, let's say they did pull out the guillotine, and they came for me, and like, they came for my very good friend, my best friend, my most loyal friend, my bestest buddy, and a couple of my, and a few of my other good friends and stuff. Let's say they did guillotine us, all of us. Let's say they got rid of all of us. Get rid of the problem. There would then be a power vacuum, and there'll be a massive amount of money just sitting there. It's not going to be dispersed evenly across people. It'll just go into the hands of whoever manages to take advantage of or manipulate the power vacuum that gets left behind. That's all that would happen. It's not. It's just how it is. Let me see who was even in it. Go have a look. Like you have, if you've seen Loot, like that series that they put on Apple TV. Like, fuck me. Like, I don't know how they put Loot on Apple TV. I don't know how it got there. But it is. Probably, it's just there to try to showing people that it's there. But there's a woman from Loot there, and like the storyline of Loot is like this woman like gets left with all this money, and like she knows Elon Musk. She like makes this joke about Elon Musk fell off his skateboard and shit. But like she realizes everyone hates her. Like everyone hates her because she's so rich and like she doesn't care about anybody. And then like one day she just feels so bad that she promises to give away all of her money to everyone. And that's where the series ends. And I'm like, fucking kidding me? So she's in that. And then there's that girl from V for Vendetta. She's in that as well. And like if you know anything about V for Vendetta, and the people who like pick up those Guy Fawkes masks, these I don't want to say neckbeard because not everybody that has a beard on their neck is a neckbeard, but I'm going to say neckbeard. So these neckbeards that like think they're fucking V from V for Vendetta. What year was that movie released? Side tangent. Just pause for a minute. So V for Vendetta. 2006. Yeah, so that V for Vendetta movie was released to try to co-opt this book that was written for me. Because there's a character in this book that was written for me. His name is V, and he's a ghost. He talks to this girl in this chat room. His name's V. So that was released the year before the V for Vendetta movie. So yeah, there's the woman from V for Vendetta is in that video too, though. And V for Vendetta is a psyop on this book that was written for me when I was a kid. And this book that was written for me, I read it the entire way through because I was just fascinated with it. But it was instrumental in me figuring a bunch of shit out, by the way. Genius operation, in my opinion. But V for Vendetta is a fucking psyop on that. So the whole Guy Fawkes mask thing is just basically a psyop on this book of mine that I hold very dear to my heart. But yeah, she's in there. The woman from Loot is in there. Laughing my ass off, shaking my head. This 2022 headline from The Hollywood Reporter: Gal Gadot now admits her Imagine cover song was in poor taste. Who's Gal? Is she the one from Loot? No, she's not. Maybe no. Who's Gal Gadot? Gal. No, she. Okay, she was in there. Yeah. So what is? Let me read this article. Why did she say that? Okay, well these are like all like very well-known standard celebrities from what I'm seeing. Well, I don't recognize most of them. So they're not in they're not in my world. Yeah, I hear what you're saying though. I honestly never watched V for Vendetta. I saw some of it as a kid and was kind of freaked out by it, and it's honestly probably overrated. I saw it. I thought it was like interesting, I suppose, but like this is before I really understood, I guess, what was going on. And so I'm sure if I rewatched it now, I'd be like, oh, what the fuck. But like as far as I know, like they try to like I'm pretty sure like they try and say that like V is like some fucking like I don't want to say the word on here, but like I mean if you've watched it, you already know what happens, so I don't need to reiterate it. I honestly never I read that. So that's so what did Gal say about what she the Imagine cover? Let me see. I just it's so stupid that they did that though. Like it just makes it so obvious as well. Like it's like be a little bit more covert about it, you know. Like uh, I guess I don't know. Subtlety is not everybody's forte, I suppose. Gal Gadot has sought to explain the thinking behind her widely ridiculed cover of this song. Imagine posted to Instagram at the start of the pandemic. The video, which featured Gadot along with stars including Kristen Wiig, Natalie Portman. That's her name. I couldn't remember her name. Natalie Portman. Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell was in it. Really, Will Ferrell was in it. It's very interesting. Zoe Kravitz and Jamie Dornan, each singing a line from the song, was intended as a statement of solidarity. I'm surprised Will was in it. I didn't recognize him. I honestly never watched. Okay, I saw a message pop up, but I like started reading the one above it, and I've already read that one. All I know is she played the new Wonder Woman, and she's honestly kind of pretty. Haha. The new Wonder Woman. Did she? We're in this together. We'll get through it together. Gonna caption the original post from March 2020, but many criticized the project as tone deaf, highlighting the apparent disconnect between lyrics such as "Imagine no possessions wobbled from multi-million-dollar mansions, while hundreds of thousands lost their lives, relatives, jobs, and homes." Ugh. Don't even get me started. What are you gonna do, gal? You should come to my house. You come to my house, gal. No, don't come to my house. Oh, that won't be a good idea. Yeah, no. Let me actually hang on. Did you say Natalie Portman? Let me see. Wonder Woman. Natalie. No, that's AI art. She didn't play Wonder. What are you talking about? She played Wonder Woman. Where? Are you talking about Gal? I think you're talking about Gal. Hang on. Did she? Wonder Woman 1984? Well, I mean, it's heavily edited too. I mean, I'm sure she looks fine. I mean, she's alright, but like it's just funny how like when they put people in movies, they like edit their face to make them look better than they actually look in real life. Um, I'll tell you who does look nice. What's her name? Is it Sigourney Weaver? That's her name, right? Sigourney Weaver. Yeah, Sigourney Weaver in those movies when she was young. There was no editing of her face. She looked so beautiful. I would say like that's an example. Gal doesn't hold a candle to Sigourney Weaver. I'm sorry. Sigourney Weaver is so beautiful. And there was no like editing or airbrushing or like fucking whatever, like kind of, I don't know what they do, I don't know what they call it, but just basically like artificially like enhancing anything. It was just Sigourney's face. um I was kind of surprised by Will Ferrell too, actually. Well, like it surprises me because I'm pretty sure there was that movie. Sorry, yeah. So like Will Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds did that movie, um, that like Christmas movie together, and like Ryan Reynolds was also in Deadpool, and Ryan Reynolds, I'm gonna stop there, but something kind of tells me that maybe Ryan Reynolds is like not aligned with Will Ferrell completely. Like if Will Ferrell was in that video, yeah, I don't know, but like I don't know a lot about Ryan Reynolds either. But like I like the Deadpool movies, I guess. I never saw Wonder Woman. I'm just judging off the pictures online. Some from Wonder Woman, mostly not from there. Probably though. Let me see her when she was young. Well, hang on. Is Wonder Woman DC? Because like I don't like DC much. Yeah, it is. I guess Wonder Woman's okay. I don't know. I like Deadpool. But like just the way that they've like sort of like I guess co-opted like the DC movies, like the Joker movies, for instance, and like the Birds of Prey movie as well. Like it's just stupid. um, it's just really stupid, like really irresponsible to do. I think Birds of Prey was right before the pandemic as well. Um, and it was like really not appreciated. It was a terrible movie, made people go weird, and just I don't know what to say. Like that's about it, I suppose. Like I don't really want to say anything about else about it because I think it was fucking atrocious. But like I've never had like an issue with a Marvel movie in the way that I have with any of the DC like movies that have come out. I'm not saying that I don't like the DC movies. Like Birds of Prey was fucking bad though. It was terrible. But like the Joker movies are right. I never saw Wonder Woman. I'm just judging off the pictures online from Wonder Woman, mostly not from there. Probably though, let me see her when she was young. She's definitely pretty in like a strong way, funny enough. Kinda relevant. Hang on, let me see what she looked like when she was young. I just remember seeing like the movie and I thought she was really pretty. Sigourney. I can't really remember what she looks like now. Yeah, I think she's really, really like pretty. Like I think like she's got like an unusual face. Like it's not like your typical like pretty face. But I still think she's gorgeous anyway. Um and it's just I don't know, like she just looked nice in the movies and there wasn't all of that like editing and shit on her face. Um but just trying to think. Like, are Ryan Reynolds and Will Ferrell actually? I suppose the other possibility is that Will didn't want to be in that weird video, because I just find it weird that Will did something like that. He doesn't strike me as the type of person to want to do something like that, I guess. Um, because he's such a funny guy. And I just don't think that funniness comes from that sort of head, like someone who would want to partake in something like that. So it's weird to me that he did, honestly. She's probably just like killing men every 5 seconds. I honestly didn't even really like Joker very much. Well, I mean, I didn't either, and there's a really good reason I didn't like it is because it was a terrible portrayal of a highly misunderstood figure, and part of the story was fucking horrible. Like the hospital scene with his mother was disgusting, um, and yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. It was very disappointing. Like the movie wasn't bad, but like yeah, I had some problems with it. I didn't like it. But I don't want to say it was objectively a bad movie, because like it's not necessarily objectively a bad movie, but it did feel somewhat felt somewhat like, I suppose, like um almost like corrupted by political agendas or something. There's something weird about it. What movie did you see her in? What movie did I see her in? Are you talking about Sigourney? She was in was she in she was in Alien, wasn't she? Sigourney Weaver. I think she was in Alien. Yeah, she was in Alien. Um, Gina Davis was a cutie back in her day. I don't know who Gina Davis is. Let me have a look. My neck's really playing up right now. Isn't she from? Why do I recognize her? What's she from? I'm not really too sure what she's from. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen her in something though. Oh, she's friends with Susan Sarandon. That's cool. Susan Sarandon was in this like movie about this guy who's like on death row, which is a really depressing movie. I can't remember what it's called now. Um, I tried to watch that movie because it was rated highly, but I haven't been able to sit through it without falling asleep immediately. Um, I tried to watch I think the latest Batman movie, but that was when I was like lobotomized really badly as well, and it was still like sinking into my system. I wasn't all the way lobotomized yet, but it was getting there, and I'm like in the movie theater like falling asleep because it was fucking boring. Um, I'm so glad that I got out of that though. Holy shit! No joke, that scene though. Gina is from heaps of stuff. Well, I guess that's why I recognize her, but I don't know what she's from. The Fly, Thelma and Louise. Maybe that's what I've seen her. I don't remember seeing it, but I'm sure I have. Long Kiss Goodnight. I haven't seen that either. Yeah, that's like her biggest movie. Still haven't seen it, to be honest. Alien. I've watched Alien. Alien's interesting. I don't feel like a lot of stuff happens in Alien though. Like it's it's not like a it's not a philosophically profound movie, I suppose. It's just like interesting. Um Although it could be. Maybe I haven't looked at it from the right perspective. Have you ever fell asleep at a movie theater and missed over 60% of the film? Well, I was just saying, yeah. So I was like in this movie theater watching like Batman with like Sky, and yeah, I started falling asleep because ops, I guess, got a hold of me and like injected me with some really terrible stuff, which should be illegal. I don't know how it's legal to do that to anyone, but apparently it is. And so I was like halfway chemically lobotomized, and I'm like falling asleep in the movie theater trying to watch this Batman movie, and it got to the point where I just felt like I was wasting this person's time, and I'm like, can we just go? And I don't even think it was 50% of the way through the movie yet. Um, I think I do need aspirin. Oh, that one hurt. I think I do need aspirin. Hang on. I was trying to do without it. I think I've had one aspirin today. One 500 milligram one. I don't like to overdo it because like it thins the blood, and like I don't want to make myself sick somehow with blood thinners. But I do need another one because my neck is starting to get bad again. Ow. And aspirin fixes it. Sigourney Weaver in Alien seems like she has a low-key pretty badass chick vibe. Yeah, she does. She's cool. I really like this behind-the-scenes picture I just found of her with a cat. I think that circulates Twitter a fair bit, that one. Let me see if I can find the one you're talking about. Oh my god, my neck. Yeah, that one. I know the one you're talking about. I mean, there's a few, but I know the one you're talking about. It's the one where she looks a bit more like stoic. She's not smiling. Stiff upper lip. Oh, I should say it's definitely a classic. Your poor neck. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it. Like it seems to be that when I take these aspirins. Do I have? I don't have water in here. I don't want to have to leave my room to get water. Did I put water in this bottle? No, I didn't. I know. I'll just put the aspirin in the rest of this Coke. It's gonna taste like shit, but I don't care because I don't want to leave my room. So is it gonna have like a bad reaction if I do? No, it shouldn't. It's just carbonated sugar water. It shouldn't. It's not like it should be fine. I'm just gonna have to wait for that to dissolve. So I take like these put aspirin clear. I just find it's easier on the stomach if you dissolve it in water, because then you don't have like this aspirin tablet like potentially hitting a wall of your stomach and like burning a hole in it. So I just use these ones because I can sort of, I don't know, I feel because I've tried two. So I've tried the tablets and then I've tried these, and I feel like these make me less likely to have like an upset stomach. And I've also had some food too. I had like mozzarella and stuff before, so my stomach will be lined. But yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my neck. It just seems to be that like I take aspirin and it stops, and I've got like pain like in here. Sometimes this pain gets really bad and like it's radiating pain. Yeah, I don't know, but aspirin helps it. So I just 2 aspirin a day, one in the like sort of like the morning, and then if I need it at night, I have another one at night. Yeah, she's kind of like almost doing a pout in this one picture. She looks pretty here. Yeah, I think she's pretty. Oh, this is gonna taste so bad. It's like it's Coke and aspirin. It's gonna taste fucking shit. And I don't have water to wash it down. I've got saliva in my mouth, I guess. I'll just produce some saliva. Yuck. Do I have anything to eat afterwards? Maybe I got a snack in my bag. I don't wanna. That wasn't that bad. Oh, okay. Wasn't that bad. Mozzarella sticks. Top 5 of all time. Oh my god, I shouldn't do that. But like, yeah, my neck is like inflamed. Whoa, it hurts. Just give me 2 seconds. Hang on. I need to do something. I need to fix the sheet because it's like left the corner of my mattress. Hang on. Okay. Hang on. Ooh, okay. LMAO at the saliva. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Well, it worked, I guess. I made saliva. Oh, that's better. All right. So yeah, aspirin's kicking in already. I was able to do that. That's good. Aspirin works very fast. The doctor recommended no more spinning on your head for a bit. Say goodbye to breakdancing. I don't breakdance. Okay. I don't breakdance. Oh. No, it's like I don't know, like it's like there's like inflammation like in there somewhere. And it flares up and it hurts. But it's also like in here as well. But yeah, aspirin helps, so it's fine. I'm not in a country where CBD oil is legal, so I can't have that. I mean, it'd be great if I could, but I can't. I might have asked you this before, but do you know what personality type you most resonate with? I've taken the MBTI multiple times and I always get INFJ. I did it recently as well, like a couple weeks ago. I got INFJ again. The very first time that I did the MBTI, I got INFP, but I wasn't really being honest with my answers. I was kind of like trying to be like, what I think I should be like, I suppose. So like what I expect people to want me to be like, you know, because I suppose I wasn't really that like I wasn't unstable, but I was just sort of more like not sure of like my own I guess my own security. Like I just sort of didn't really feel like being myself was safe, I suppose. I sort of had to be more of a like a people pleaser. So I was answering the MBTI as somebody who as the person I thought people would like me to be rather than what I actually thought. So yeah, then after that, the next time I did it, I was more honest. And yeah, every time I do it, it's been I leave like a couple years in between, and I'll do it again. Like it's not like I'm saving my answers and then copying the answers into it next time. I don't do that. I just answer it how I feel each time, and I've gone INFJ ever since. Which is not surprising, really. It's really not surprising. 'Cause, 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 'c Oh, that aspirin is working nicely. I have a cold potato cake over there in a bag that maybe I should eat. I don't take in heaps of calories during the day, so maybe I should go get that. Hang on. It's like, it's not very nice, to be honest with you, but it's like greasy. I like greasy, but it's cold now. Maybe it's fine cold. It's alright. Oh, that's working. I found out something interesting about aspirin, actually. So aspirin, I found out, it halts the growth of certain type of like vascular. Is that the word? Vascular. No, I think there's a different word for it. It halts the growth of like a vascular, like a certain type of vascular cell, which is why I think it works. Um, neuroendocrine. So it says evidence from observational studies indicates that utilization of aspirin is associated with reduced risk of gastric, colorectal, esophageal, pancreatic, ovarian, endometrial, breast, and prostate cancers, in addition to small intestine and neuroendocrine tumors. All of those types of cancers are very, very similar in how they grow. And the reason for that is, let me find it. Aspirin inhibits cell viability and mTOR downstream signaling in gastroenteropancreatic and bronchopulmonary neuroendocrine tumor cells. Just let me have a quick skim read through this. Actually, I'm going to save that one. That one's way more in depth than I wanted, but I'll save it for later. I don't like that bit. I can't remember, but look, I'll find it at some point. Aspirin, sorry, if you've got like the big C, like in your neuroendocrine, anywhere like that, in your boob, breast cancer, neuroendocrine, anything that involves the lymph system, which is quite a bit of cancer, aspirin actually can like help prevent. I want to say prevent because I don't know if it reverses or treats it because I'm not an expert. So, but I do know at least that there's evidence to say that aspirin prevents it. And that's because aspirin inhibits the growth of the particular type of vascular cell that that replicates during cancers of the lymphatic system, which is like your endocrine system, your breast tissue. Pancreatic cancer is also linked to your endocrine system very strongly as well, which is why people who end up with things like neuroendocrine tumors also end up with pancreatic cancer. What up, Dad? So my neck is very sore all the time. I'm in like 8 out of 10 pain without aspirin. That's pretty high. 8 out of 10 pain is pretty high. So when I take aspirin, though, it helps, and I think that might be why. I've been into typology for years now, and I used to always get ENFP on tests, but now I always get INFP, which is more accurate. Hang on. I've always been into typology for years now, and I used to always get ENFP on tests, but now I always get INFP, which is more accurate. ISTJ or even ENTP are possible, but less likely. I could even be an INFJ, but that's not very likely either. I feel like if you've ever typed as an ENFP, you're not going to end up an INFJ. I also don't think that ENFP and INFJ are in any way similar. ENFP and INFP, I don't think they're in any way similar, to be honest with you. I think they look like they might be, but I don't think they are. I could even be INFJ, but that's not very likely either. What do you always type as now? You always get INFP, which is more accurate. ISTJ or even ENTP. I think if you're getting INFP, it's probably. But also, like, I feel like, because remember I was saying I got INFP when I first took the MBTI, and I feel like that's because I was lying. No, I was saying what I thought people wanted me to be like, so I ended up with INFP. But in actuality, I'm an INFJ so far, as far as I can tell. I had a very unfortunately placed lipoma growing, and I thought I had lymphoma. It was very interesting 3 weeks. Your Discord, I keep thinking I'm getting messages. Yeah, I got put in these servers by this person. I don't know why I'm in them. I just leave them there, though. Oof. I don't know. My neck always hurts. I mean, I suppose it could be just like some kind of growth or something like that that's not dangerous, but all I know is aspirin is helping it. So I just wish I could get my hands on some CBD oil. That would be excellent. I don't want to eat this. It's cold. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, here's my broken ring light. Ring lights are useless, by the way. I hate them. I fucking hate ring lights. Starts with Jung and then MBTI, then Socionics, and this guy Eric Strauss, who has a channel talking with famous people. Well, personally, typing is very interesting. I think MBTI is probably the most accurate one that we've got so far. But it all comes down to whether or not someone's honest as well. I think some people can be honest about answering the questions, and others not so much. But I think that my results are accurate because other people have typed me as an INFJ as well. So, every time I take the test, I'm an INFJ, and other people have typed me as INFJ. So I tend to believe I probably am an INFJ. Is CBD illegal? Yeah, we're not allowed to have it. Okay, Siri just said on it. I'm not. I don't know. I don't think I said anything to Siri, but Siri just replied to me. She said on it. Not sure why that was. He calls it defensible typology. So I'm thinking about it on a functional level. Didn't you just get that? Also, ring lights aren't bad at all. I don't like ring lights. But yeah, I did just get it and I hate it. It fucking broke and I had to use like super glue to put parts of it back together and shit. And it's really badly designed. I hate it. Whoever pieced it together didn't actually design the pieces to fit together properly. So like the ball bearing, the wrench on the ball bearing, it doesn't work. So the ball bearing just slips around and it's stupid. I don't like it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It sucks. I feel the same but about ENFP because I was like funny in school and whatnot. Honestly, the more I've learned, the more other types become possible. LMAO. INFP probably makes the most sense functionally speaking. Yeah, I mean it's like a cognitive function stack. Well, yeah, it is like a cognitive function stack. So it's like more than it's more than just INFP. You know that, right? Like it's like a I da 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 F da 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 IN. Sorry, F. So like when you're an IFJ, for instance, you're an INFJ, but like you also we're in an INFJ, even though you're an INF, um, you for some reason use the T instead of the F a lot because for some reason that personality type defaults onto the T function instead of the F very often. And so INFJs get stuck in the, I think it's like an N and T loop, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But yeah, INFJ, people tend to think of INFJs as like irrational people. I've had arguments with somebody who obviously knows I'm an INFJ, and I took the test and got INFJ again. Like having arguments with me about like how I'm full of shit and I don't know what I'm talking about. Things about my own family and my own life, by the way. Like he wouldn't have any fucking clue what's going on. But like trying to tell me, like trying to talk to me, like for one, I'm an irrational woman, which is one way you can look at it. But let's say he's not talking to me like that because of that reason. Let's say it has nothing to do with me being a woman. Let's say that he thinks that, oh, you're an INFJ. Well, you must be like just all in your feelings all the time and an irrational idiot who has terrible heuristics and doesn't know what you're talking about. And I know where he's coming from, by the way. Not that I agree with, but I understand where he's coming from. And the reason I understand where he's coming from is because I know that the group of people he comes from tend to be the type of people who try to demonize me. So he's coming from this place where he's trying to say, oh, you're an INFJ, so you got shit heuristics, you suck at everything, you can't think properly because you're an INFJ, because you're just insane. These are the type of people who don't understand INFJ. They don't get it. So it's like it's no skin off my nose. I don't really fucking care. It's water off a duck's back, honestly. But he was so disrespectful to me, this guy. Like I haven't even said the worst of it. He was fucking bad. So each function falls into a slot. So like INFJ uses NI first, which is introverted intuition. INFP and NEFP are more similar than INFJ. Yeah, they are. But INFP and ISTJ are actually more similar than INFJ. Yeah. But like people misunderstand INFJ a fair bit, I feel like. I think a lot of people think they're INFJ when they're not as well. That's another thing. I think INFJ is actually very, very rare. It's not that common at all. And people tend to think they're INFJ when they're. I think because INFJ is considered the most rare type, then people want to be an INFJ when they're not actually an INFJ. I genuinely am an INFJ. So, like, and I know this because I've taken the test quite a few times now, and I'm going in blind every time, and I still get the same results. I feel like there are people who want to be an INFJ who are not an INFJ. It's like there are people who want to be INFP who aren't an INFP. You know, but I think it's more common that people want to be an INFJ when they're not one because it's the rare one and they want to be special. INFP and ISTJ are actually more similar. Well, INFJs use TI third, which is pretty good. But the TI is shockingly bad. It's the N and T loop. If you look it up, let me just INFJ NT loop. I think it's an NT loop. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, NITI loop. So this is something that happens to INFJs. We get this thing called the NITI loop. I'll just read you a bit about it, so that you don't have to go to Google and do it yourself. I mean, you can, but I'll just read a little bit, seeing as I brought it up. So this is just like an article by someone called Susan Storm. So they say, I'll just read you this. Like, I don't freak out when I read this because, like, it doesn't make me like, I guess, less of a person or less able to empathize with people or anything like that. It's just how some people's brains work, I suppose. That's interesting. Okay, so you know what you're talking about, and yes, basically because it's relatively rare. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people want to be an INFJ, but they're not actually. Like, when you're actually an INFJ, um, being in your own head can get incredibly difficult. Um, like incredibly difficult. It can be really, really hard. It's not any. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. I'm so serious about that. Like, yeah, no. Um. So, so this is article. So it's the the INFJ NITI loop. What it means and how to cope. So as an INFJ, so this is someone's written this, by the way. So this is an article. This is not like a factual write up or something. This is an article that's written in casual language. Um, it probably ultimately is. It is the rarest type, but I feel like more people think they're an INFJ than actually are. So, as an INFJ, have you ever felt exceptionally cold, critical, and detached from everything around you? Do you feel like you can't get yourself out of analysis paralysis? Sorry, I just had to do that. Or inward criticism? If so, then there's a chance you're experiencing NITI loop. Why do these loops happen? How do you get rid of them? And is there a way to avoid these? That's what we'll be exploring in today's article. So, looping can be understood when you look at the way your own brain is wired. No matter what personality type you have, using all four of your primary cognitive functions is an essential part of staying mentally healthy. Whenever you bypass either your extroverted or introverted functions, you run the risk of getting into a loop. As an introverted intuitive type, you can be drawn to reclusiveness, solitude, and quiet. And none of this is bad, but it can be taken too far, and it can be all too easy for some INFJ to become solitary hermits, retreating into permanent reflection and circular analysis. And this might sound pleasant for a time, but it's not a healthy place to be long term. So the NITI loop occurs when an INFJ focuses primarily on their dominant intuition and tertiary thinking functions. When the INFJ retreats from the outer world and starts interacting with people or objects around them, they can get stuck in a loop and become uncharacteristically cold and withdrawn. I know this might seem inevitable during our current crisis, but so this is written in 2020, but there are actually ways to reach out to people even when you're stuck in your house. Let me just check the chat because I can see stuff that you're typing here. INFP is high up on the list of types people want to be as well. Yeah. Because I think it's cool because like people like Kurt Cobain were INFP, you know. I feel the same about INFP as you feel about INFJ. I'm honestly open to any type at this point though. So Introverted intuition is the INFJ's dominant function, is a perceiving function. It doesn't make decisions or act in the outer world. Introverted intuition perceives numerous perspectives and ideas from a bird's eye view of the world. While the INFJ may seem warm and empathetic, they can have a very detached viewpoint and perspective because of the way they zoom out of the world and try to understand how everything's connected from distance. NI absorbs information, perceives ideas, and tries to find patterns and links between them, and NI wants to know how everything is related. Extroverted feeling, or FE for short, is the INFJ's auxiliary feeling function. This is what brings intuitive perceptions into a judgment or decision. FE brings INFJ perceptions and empathy to life in the form of action in the outer world, and FE is what gives the INFJ their responsiveness to people's emotions and needs. The INFJ counselor combines NI and FE to understand, reach out to people, and give them solutions for their problems. The INFJ philosopher sees the bigger picture of humanity and uses FE to channel that picture into words that will encourage empathy, compassion, and kindness. The INFJ author uses FE to bring their imaginative stories to life in a way that will connect with people, and they use FE to give their characters life and dimension and emotion and values. When INFJs bypass FE and go straight from NI to TI, they get caught in a cycle of perception and logical analysis that often leads nowhere. I relate to it most in terms of how I tend to approach life, but it actually is not necessarily good. Exactly because of Kurt Cobain, literally. Yeah, I know. Like everyone, is obsessed with Kurt Cobain, even if they don't admit it. I feel like a lot of people are very intrigued by Kurt Cobain. So, introverted thinking categorizes and organizes logical thoughts and blueprints in the inner world, and it creates an internal infrastructure of analysis points and principles that are constantly being refined by new data. Introverted thinking combined with introverted intuition is not concerned with putting anything into the outer world or interacting externally. It seeks to absorb information, analyze, define, and categorize, and it learns and analyzes for the sake of learning and analyzing. INFJs caught in the NITI loop can logically justify nearly any action they take, retreating from friends who need them, not finishing projects they promised to finish, shirking plans, or skipping important daily tasks. An INTP, ISTP, ENTP, or ESTP who use TI use it effectively because they balance it with NE or SE. The INFJ who uses NI and TI alone isn't balancing it with any extroverted function. When INFJs bypass FE and go back and forth between NI and TI, they become cold, reclusive, critical, unproductive, and selfish. I don't feel like that is a true, accurate descriptor of what's going on in an NI-TI loop, by the way. They're explaining the basic function of it, but the character judgments don't make sense to me. So okay, I'll just read this next bit. Let's see what they have to say. So the NITI loop can be a protective mechanism that the INFJ uses to defend themselves from the outer world. INFJs who have been hurt or abused by people may retreat into the NITI loop to avoid getting hurt again. INFJs who struggle with overstimulation and high sensitivity may retreat into the NITI loop to protect themselves from burnout. No, that's not what it is. I'm sorry. It's not a protection from burnout. Holy shit. It's like the opposite. Other INFJs simply don't have enough opportunities to interact with the outside world. Perhaps they've been sheltered, kept from people, or haven't had right opportunities to find friendship. Any time a person stifles one of their primary cognitive functions, the result is almost always negative. INFJs who have looped for a long time or struggle with looping may strengthen their TI by relying on it more. However, because they have no outer world balance for their perceptions, their intuition begins to feed their thinking process more and more outlandish and bizarre perceptions. They may become more and more detached from reality as they stifle their feeling function to perceive only impersonal, abstract data. Often, INFJs who are in a loop become conspiracy theorists, harsh critics, and highly eccentric and out of touch with what's real. Do you know what this sounds like? Bullshit. So, their judgments and their weird spin on what do I think of this? That's bullshit. So, they explain the actual functions though. So, what is going on in an NITI loop? is horrible. I don't know how to explain it, to be honest with you. Maybe I should try. Kurt Cobain is actually why you don't want to be an INFP. Hugo Adore says hi. Hi, Hugo. Oh, my neck. I think I'm just more integrated with SI and TI for better or worse. So I basically like an ISTJ-esque INFP. Yeah, I don't know. But like that article annoyed me a bit because, well, it actually annoyed me a lot because they're trying to say like, oh, NITI loop is just like cold and calculated and really distant and like, empathetic of people, and like you become a conspiracy theorist and like you're detached from reality, and it's just like what they're trying to say is, so basically what this article has tried to say is if you don't use your extroverted was it extroverted intuition, is that what they were trying to say? Let me bring that up again. Did I read that right? No, the FE. All right. I thought as much. Okay, so they're trying to say like, oh, if you bypass FE, if you so let me explain what FE is. Being an INFJ fucking sucks. I don't know why anyone would want to be a fucking INFJ. It sucks. I think I know the FISI loop well, but NITI loop is interesting. It so when you're an INFJ, your like main thing is introverted intuition and extroverted feeling, and then like what is I again? IN. What is the I? What the fuck is the I again? So I'm so sorry for swearing, but like, what is the I? INFJ. It's just introverted. All right. So being an INFJ, it's like having your introverted intuition with your extroverted feeling, constantly talking to each other. But then you've got like this mediator down the bottom, sort of like lurking underneath it, which is the introverted thinking function, which isn't listed in the name of the personality type, but it's always there, and it's constantly like analyzing the dots that are connecting when you're using the introverted intuition and the extroverted feeling, right? And then to sandwich those, you've got introversion and then the judging function, and these two things sort of like go help you like go in on yourself to sort of unpack what's going on away from the external world, right? This article is trying to say like, oh, like if you end up in an NI-TI loop, you're just not using your extroverted feeling enough and you're a cold, calculated bastard. That's what it's trying to say. It's not what's going on at all. Like it's like the person who wrote that article has no fucking clue what they're talking about, which they probably don't. Um, Extroverted feeling sucks. Like it hurts a lot. Extrovert. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but like when you've got this introverted intuition thing going on, and then you've got this extroverted feeling thing going on, and then you got this introverted thinking thing going on underneath it, it can be really, really difficult to put up boundaries, basically. Well, and when you get into the NITI loops, it's almost like I mean, in a way, you are like retreating into yourself to try and avoid burnout, but it doesn't do anything. It just makes it worse. So like it's almost like when you get to the point when you completely cut off from the FE, it's because people have fucked you over, and like they're fucking with you all the time. They're screwing with you all the time. It is a protection mechanism, but like you're not going somewhere where you've got no empathy and you're just a cold, calculated bastard. Like I think that's a disgusting thing to say, honestly. If from the outside looking in, someone thinks, "Oh, you're so cold. You're such a like a horrible person because like you won't do what I tell you anymore. Like you're not gonna jump when I say jump, and like my you know my appeals to your extroverted feeling aren't working anymore." It's like, yeah, because like if my extroverted feeling is a thing that's constantly getting me hurt by people all the time, which it is, um, if I'm shutting that down a bit to save myself, fuck off, honestly. I don't mean like fuck off, like go away from me forever kind of thing, but like what I mean is like respect boundaries. You know what I mean? Like it's so stupid to say that someone's cold and calculated because they've gone into an NITI loop. When I go into an NITI loop, I'm sick. And it's not the type of sick that I can go and get help for. It's just something that happens and it's something that has to fix itself. It literally like there's nothing that can be done for it. And the reason for that is like once you get into that state, the FE is off. It's gone. There is no FE going on there. And it becomes then that you need somebody to totally understand you and to basically say to you like there's nothing wrong with you, everything's going to be fine. One of the things that I do when I get into an NITI loop, there's this YouTuber called Frank James. I'll go and watch his videos about the NITI loop because it's the only thing that will help get me out of it, because it's the only thing that helps me understand like, no, you're not broken. This just happens to you sometimes. And then the other thing I'll do is I'll um, talk to Reed as well because he helps. Um, so I'm sorry I talked for so long and I've been missing your chats. So I think an ITI loop would be like quite inward and impersonal, though. An ITI loop is sorry. I just inhaled my own saliva. An ITI loop is like yeah, it does get impersonal. It's almost like the FE just you just get hurt by your FE sense so much that you just end up coming to the conclusion that um, there's a problem that needs to be fixed, and you don't know how to fix it, but it has to be fixed, and then you get stuck in this NITI loop thing. Um, and yeah, like I don't know, I don't want to say much more than that, honestly, because NITI loop is awful. But like I said, like there's not a lot that can be done. Like going to somebody who tries to tell you that you just need to do this and you just need to do that, and when they don't understand what's going on, can worsen it. It kind of, I'm not saying that like it's not a good thing for people to try and help someone out of it, but what I'm saying is like sometimes sometimes people don't know what they're doing when they're helping. That they're not actually helping. I don't know. Maybe it's not as complicated as I'm making it sound either. Maybe I'm getting stuck in an NITI loop. Who knows? It is the end of the week, so I probably am exhausted emotionally. So it would be like being very symbolism oriented and conditional logic oriented. Uh, yes and no. So introverted intuition is like your maybe you're right. So introverted intuition is it's using your own using your own experience to understand new experiences, basically, which can be faulty in and of itself, but then you combine that with the extroverted feeling thing, and so what that does is it sort of uses other people to gauge whether, um, so you're kind of weighing your introverted intuition against what other people think. So extroverted feeling means that you're just feeling other people rather than yourself. So I don't know what it's like to have my own um, emotions about things, and so that doesn't make me a sociopath. By the way, I do have emotions, but like what I mean is like and I can experience my own emotions as well if I go out of my way to try and find that space. But the extroverted feeling thing just kind of means that, yeah, you're weighing your introverted intuition against what other people think or feel. Sorry, which is kind of the same thing. So you're weighing it against what other people experience, and that can fuck you up really badly. Though you got to be really careful with that because people can fuck with your head really badly. So that's where the introverted thinking protects you from that shit. So just it angers me for someone to say that, if you get out of the extroverted feeling and you get stuck in an NITI loop, that it makes you like basically a sociopath, because that's not what's fucking going on. It is in a way like a protective mechanism, but it's it's cyclical almost. Like I don't think you can avoid it. I think you can. I think you can. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I've fully worked it out yet. Honestly, I don't know. I think you might be right about that. Yeah. So like symbolism oriented and conditional logic oriented, but I'm not sure if I would agree with it being conditional logic. Like I think the introverted thinking, introverted intuition with introverted thinking, um, I'm not sure. I think I might have to study it a bit more. Like maybe next time it happens, I'll try and pay a bit more attention to what's going on. But like I know how to get myself out of it. I guess. Like I just yeah. Um, yes, you're right in how you're describing it. No, if you were like an ISTP, you might do that though. That would be an TINI loop. INFJ is not really going to have that much of a problem like that. It's because you're more of a holistic thinker. ISTP is more of a concrete thinker. Um, One time I had him show up on Eric's channel, and that was amazing. He always, knowing him though, they were streaming at the same time. Sorry for all the messages. No, yes, you're literally describing being an Effie. Is it? Fuck it. Effie, I don't know. Effie sucks. But then you get like the judging thing. So like the judging, I think the judging part is sort of what causes the TI loop, the NITI loop. So when you're an INFJ, so it's like there's a huge difference between INFJ and INFP, and that main difference is the P and the J. Obviously, like there are a lot of people who disagree with me on that and be like, no, 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 it's all these other functions, the auxiliary functions underneath. But the reason the auxiliary functions change, or not the reason they change, but I guess the indication that the auxiliary functions underneath are very different is letter on the end. So NIFE with TI mediating only happens because of the judging factor. So it only happens because of being a judging type that needs to understand what's going on before making a decision and before making a move. Whereas if you were a P type, so perceiving, You don't need that. So your NI is not interacting with your FE in the same way. So it doesn't have that TI underneath, um, mediating the two. So that's the difference. But it makes them wildly different from each other, though. Interestingly enough, though, I did type as an INFP before I started typing it as an INFJ. It only happened once, but it did happen. But like I said, that was when I was kind of lying and trying to pretend and be like who I think people want me to be, and it makes sense. Like when I use my FE senses, it does feel like people want me to stop thinking about things so much and just do what they want me to do, and to be more of a perceiving type, um, which you know can be fucking dangerous. So I'm kind of glad I'm an INFJ, but it sucks. It does suck. Uh, Makes sense what you're saying about the second slot getting shut off, and I can relate to that. Yeah, I don't know. It just I don't know. I think I know one other person. Yeah, I mean, besides Frank James, INFJ. But I know one other person that's an INFJ. Yeah, we're both INFJs, which is super weird. It's so weird. It's thick as thieves. um, for me, it's probably FI and SI, and NE kind of shuts off in protective mechanism, and the TE is not very good anyway. So it's just become a closed-minded bastard. I become a closed-minded bastard. For me, it's probably FI and SI, and NE kind of shuts off in a protective mechanism. And TE is not very good anyway, so it's just like I become a closed-minded bastard. Interestingly, I think INFP becomes more like that than INFJ. You have an EAD personality. What is that? Let me look that up. Boy, let me see. EAD. Am I spelling this right? Are you fucking with me right now? EAD personality. I don't know what you're saying. Uh, is this like a you're saying you're a video game character? Yeah. Um this guy Michael Pierce has brilliant videos on type. Well, that's cool. I guess I'll look into that Michael guy. Um all I know is I know my own personality type. I don't know. I think it's being INFJ is kind of sad in some ways because people do think that they can just like try and fuck with your head, and it could be very I don't know, weird. But when you get a hold of it, I suppose when you understand what's going on, I almost feel like you need to get into the NITI loop in a controlled fashion to be able to survive being an INFJ. That's what I feel like because like people when they figure out what's going on, like they can be very demanding, and yeah, I kind of feel like you sort of have to learn how to shut off the FE moderately, and like actually like have like a controlled NITI loop frequently, regularly, like once a week kind of thing. On weekends, that's where I go. Like at the end of the week, I let myself go into an NITI loop. Sometimes I'm forced there, um, which sucks because you have much less control over it when you're forced there. But if you can get there with control over it, You can choose where you go when you're in the NITI loop if you can control it. It can help you to sort of gather yourself again. So the NITI loop is not like a bad thing. Like, it sucks when people try and guilt you about it and say like, oh, you're acting like a sociopath. You're cold, like you're reserved. You don't like anyone. I beg to differ. I just feel like it's somewhere you go when you need to get to know yourself, and when you need to be yourself. Uh, I think it's very important to go there, because if you don't, you can end up completely destroyed in a very short period of time too. Um, I mean, like, your mind can fall apart, sort of thing. You could be really responsible. You got to be responsible, and that I do think I think I would advocate for going into NITI loops in a controlled fashion before they're catching up to you, kind of thing. Because if you don't go there yourself, if you don't put yourself into NITI loop in a controlled fashion, in a healthy way, people will drive you there, because that's the type of world we live in. And you would rather be in a controlled NITI loop than an uncontrolled one caused by other people. There's a stark difference between the two. One is controlled, obviously, and can be very good, and can to be very like healing, insightful, and can help you gather yourself. And the other can be disastrous, and it can even be if you're forced into an NITI loop by people who are exploiting your FE function, they can put you in an NITI loop with ideas that you don't want to take into an NITI loop. So that's something I've learned. I think the last time I went into an uncontrolled NITI loop was a couple of weeks ago. Actually, no, not a couple of weeks ago. No, maybe it was a couple of weeks ago. And it was caused by somebody. Somebody said that a guy, by the way, a guy who's like 6'1" or 6'2", a pretty big dude, by the way, constantly talking over me, by the way, talking over me, telling me I don't know jack shit about my own life and my own family and stuff. Completely fucking disrespecting me, and trying to treat me like a doormat. And like, then like one day I just decided I'm going to talk over him when because he just talks at you like it's a wall of text on screen and verbally as well. He does it both ways. And so I just started like interjecting and talking over him, and I was like, you don't like that, do you? You don't like that, do you? And he then says, I really feel like punching you in the face right now. And I was just like, you just said that to me. Are you kidding? Um, well, needless to say, someone really doesn't like him now, and yeah, that person was constantly trying to force me into NITI loops with like stuff that he was trying to force me into NITI loops with like ideas and bits of information and stuff, to try and fuck up my head, basically. And I think he thought that he'd upset me heaps. And so like he kind of like kept going and like sending me weird shit in DMs and stuff, like trying to like get in my head, I guess, thinking that he'd gotten under my skin, and he was putting me into more NITI loops, and he's just basically trying to like stoke some perceived fires of like unstable NITI loop that I might be in. Just a very nasty person. So that's it is important to be on top of it, because there are people who will try to hurt your brain, and it's not fun. But yeah, like, yeah, a dude saying he felt like punching me in the face, like, go fuck yourself. um I feel like you might associate with people that aren't good for your mental states instead of helping you remain grounded, they lead you into worse mental conditions. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, but just give me a moment. Hang on. So well, I mean, I'm sure you've already found out or heard about most of the contents of that bullshit. But yeah, I feel like punching you in the face right now. It's just like fuck off. And then he was telling me that um, he'd gotten into arguments with his ex, and his ex apparently tried to throw a knife at him or something. I don't know if that's true. And she threw a pot at the TV and broke the TV or something like that. Really don't know if he's telling the truth. He could be making it up. Maybe it's true. I don't know. But he was saying he got in an argument with his ex once, and he punched a hole in the dresser because he was so mad with her that he punched a hole in the dresser. I'm not excusing behavior throwing a knife at someone or throwing a pot at a TV and breaking a TV. But I kind of feel like I just sort of feel like as a guy, like I don't think I just think it's irresponsible to be in a situation where you get that uncontrolled that you do something like punch a hole in furniture. He's also apparently punched a hole in a wall before. Um, so I think it's I don't know. Like when I heard that, I was just like, oh well, no wonder you think you can talk to me like that because you think that's okay. And like I said, I'm not saying that that his ex apparently doing that stuff was a good thing. I'm just saying, there's a difference between being a 6 foot something guy and who knows how tall she was, but you know, a girl is a lot weaker. And I also feel as though, he was letting her stay with him as well. He should have just moved her out and stuff. But shouldn't have gotten to that point, is what I'm trying to say. I think that people need to have. I think when you've got that much physical strength over someone, you shouldn't be allowing the situation to get to that point because it can get very dangerous, is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say anything other than that. I once put my elbow through a door because I wanted to get some anger out when my game playing girlfriend broke up with me when I was 18. Not in front of her though, when I got home later. Well, that's different though. That's different. That's you, letting out frustration in privacy. This guy punched a hole in furniture in front of his girlfriend, which makes me think he was trying to, intimidate her or threaten her with some kind of violence. Which it shouldn't have gotten to that point. And it got to that point where he was threatening, because basically saying I feel like punching you in your face right now is kind of like threatening to do that in person, isn't it? So I feel it took this much to do that, to get that reaction out of him, even though he was being super disrespectful to me and shitting all over, my friends and family and stuff, and telling me I don't know what I'm talking about and blah blah blah. And even just a fraction, I'm talking 1/12 or 1/25 of what he gave me was enough to get him to say something like that. So I don't know if I believe his version of events, even because it didn't take much for him to say something like, I feel like punching you in the face. And it's just I've never threatened violence against you before. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Anger management problems. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Anger management problems. Um, just being too reactive and you can't be entertaining it. Not you, but I mean, yeah, you should. People need to get control of that shit. Um, it's just, I don't know. I've been on the receiving end of violence a few times, and I don't know, like I've gotten really angry before, but I've never ever physically hurt someone. Um, I've only ever done it in self defense. Yeah, every time it's been in self defense. So I'm just, yeah, I don't get it when people get like that. You know, like just ugh. I mean, I guess I get it, but like it just I guess I know that not everyone has that level of self control, but I feel like people should learn it, even if it's not easy. There's nothing strong about it. No, there's not. But I think this guy thought that he was being like big and tough or something. But I did notice like he'd oh my god, that pimple's so big. I did notice that he'd like liked stuff from Jordan Peterson in the past. He's like, oh, that was years ago, and I'm just like, it wasn't that long ago. It was like a couple of years ago. So I wouldn't be surprised if he thought like he was putting me in my place by saying something that violent. You know, punching someone in the face is ultra violence in my opinion. Like, you know, it's violent to you know to push someone. I mean, people do that all the time, but you know that's a form of violence. Like, I just feel like you know, as someone who's much bigger than me, threatening to punch me in the face like that, that's pretty violent. I think he just I don't know. Like I think he thought he was putting me in my place as a woman. Like this is where you belong. Like you should be scared of me, and it's just like fuck off. Yuck. It's like it's not good. No, it's not good. I just debunked the guy in 15 minutes. Who? Like autistic rage type of violence. Maybe it is. I suppose it's possible actually with that. Maybe that's what it is with him. I'm not 100% certain because I don't know him well enough. I do know that he struggles to keep up with things, and there's like certain things like I would send him like songs sometimes to try to like teach him about some things to do with me, and he would like assume that the lyrics were about him, like and like it's got nothing to fucking do with him because he's not a part of my history, so it just didn't make sense that he made those sorts of connections. So he seems to be someone who bases their like logical derisions on like emotional shit constantly. Um, a work friend kept talking about him, and I decided I wanted to show him what type of person Peterson is. You must not be getting all comments. Oh, well, okay. I was talking about Jordan Peterson. Yeah. Um, no, but Jordan Peterson's a fucking idiot. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that, but like, I don't agree with him. Like, some of the stuff he says about personality typing and stuff is wrong anyway. He doesn't know how to do science. I'm sorry, but he doesn't. Psychology is a pretty complicated science. Most science is complicated, but I think some people think like, oh, psychology is not a real science. And it's like it is, and you need to take it seriously. You can't just say shit willy nilly, but he does. So, anyway. What do you guys mean Peterson is kind of good? He's not freaking Andrew Tate. He's the same kind of guy, just a different version of Tate. Um, I've got a really big pimple here. Hang on. It hurts. I need to have a look what it looks like. I haven't looked at it yet. Where is... Owie, ow! I can't... No, I can't find the... I've got like a makeup mirror. I don't know where I put it because I haven't used that palette for ages. And I don't have another mirror because I'm just... I guess I'm just not doing being a woman right. I don't think I'm passing. Oops. Oh my god. Can you guys see that pimple? Oh my god, it's so big. No. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna check this thing out properly. This looks mad angry. Oh yeah, that's an angry pimple. Holy shit, that's massive. There's a blind one too. Yeah, it's blind as hell. Ooh! Imagine if I did that and just They aren't entirely bad. Everyone has some good. Leave it alone or it'll just get much worse. You got close up and I still can't see it. I can see it. That's all that matters. No, Jordan Peterson. I don't know. I don't know how to word things without upsetting him because he is so neurotic. Even saying that was too much. He doesn't like MBTI, lol. He only likes Big Five and he has like his own test. Lamau shaking my head. Well, yeah, and he wants people to pay for his Big Five too. Big Five is not accurate, especially not his, by the way, because I know what his thing is behind it. I've heard him talk about things and I don't agree. MBTI is much more accurate. I was on that Peterson vibe like 2018 to 2019. I was never on the Peterson vibe. I always think he's an idiot. The interesting thing is, people think that a certain someone who makes big rockets, they think that he's like buddies with Jordan Peterson and that they like agree on shit, but like they don't. But unfortunately, Jordan Peterson thinks that is the case, and well, took the Jordan Peterson personality test and I got Slytherin. Oh no, you got Slytherin. I knew what he was immediately. Don't get me started on Rocket Man. Don't get me started. Remember back in 2021, that weird live that I did where I was just like that was real. Why do you think I keep deleting things off the internet? This pimple's so big. He's alright. I don't know. He's a massive troll though. And like he has like this community of people around him, like Jordan Peterson and like Lex Friedman, that like think they're pseudo intellectuals. To be fair, they are. Oh, excuse me, and they sort of just like circle around him, saying weird shit, and I don't know. Like I don't know. I'm not gonna say too much. I think I'll just leave it at that. I think you can probably make up your own conclusions from there, maybe. All I'll say about JP is what some YouTube comment said once, which is that he says stuff that you didn't know you already knew. Oh my god. My neck. It's not my back, it's my neck. My back. So he says stuff that you didn't know you already knew. Well, not really. I mean, maybe in some ways, I don't know, but he said some fucking neurotic shit that I don't agree with. And like he's just coming from this weird place of like, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like he is just not happy with being mediocre, and like he's angry that someone of the opposite sex is smarter than him. That's what I feel like it is sometimes. Because some of the shit he said, like he reckons that women in the workplace are a problem because they make men think about sex and they use their sex appeal to manipulate people, and it's just like that is such a dumb thing to say. Like, are you like what? What the fuck? Um, I just think it's such a stupid thing to say. It's dumb. It's a dumb thing to be complaining about. Um, oh, there we go. I got some relief. Some of the information is going down. Oh, that's better. So where am I up to? Classic narcissist most of the time. You talking about E? Is that what you're talking about? Because I mean, maybe you might be right, but I want to know what you think and like why do you reckon that? That's why he gets reduced to clean your room, Bucko, because that basically is the essence of him. He advocates for doing stuff you should do. Well, I don't always clean my room and I get by okay. I don't make my bed either. Sometimes I make my bed. What's up, Jordan Peterson? You gonna come to my house and make my bed for me? Um, yeah, like if you clean your room, it won't be messy anymore. I know. It's just stupid. It's not genius. No, it's not genius. It's not. It's stupid. Like no shit, cleaning your space makes you feel a bit better. Of course it does. Like that's pretty obvious, but like it doesn't fix all your problems. He does this to make people feel a certain way, which leaves them eating out of his hand. Yeah, yeah, I reckon you're right about that. Like he tries to like spoon feed you like shit that you probably already know. And then people go, "Oh my god, why didn't I think of that before? It's so simple. Like this guy must be a genius." He's not a genius. He's just an idiot. And like it's just so condescending and so like insulting too to say to somebody who has like the weight of the world on their shoulders, "Oh, just clean your room." It's just like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Sometimes I don't have time. I don't have literal time. I don't have the mental time. You know what I mean? Like it's just stupid. It's like there are more important pressing things going on than the tidiness or organization of my room. It's just stupid. It's dumb. This is just this is just a stupid thing to say. Like, but no shit that it makes you feel better after you clean it. But it's a dumb thing to say. And also, I don't like people who keep things like like people who are like anally retentive about their space and they like need everything to be really like neat and tidy like all the time. I can't stand that. I hate that. Like they just some people like they can't even have like you can't even put like a hoodie or a jacket or something like over an arm of a lounge chair. Like they lose their shit and they need everything to be in order. You can't even like leave like a throw blanket on the couch. Like they have to get up and fold it and put it on the edge of the couch kind of thing. It's so weird. Like I hate being in living spaces like that, like where you can't just live in it. Like everything has to be just so all the time. Like, oh, don't fuck up my feng shui, and it's just like, oh, fuck off. I I um I knew somebody who would lose their shit if you put the remote controls in the wrong order on the coffee table, and they had to be lined up perfectly. And they would lose their shit if you like left an item of clothing on the couch. Um, just lose their shit if they somehow thought that I think they imagined once that I dirtied up the floor, and it wasn't even dirty. Like, it didn't look dirty at all. And they threw a fit and like started like vacuuming and like mopping the floor and stuff like that, even though there's nothing wrong with it. Like, it's such a weird attack on somebody because people have these weird ideas about I don't really even know where it comes from. It just feels weird to me. I don't like it. Um but by the way, this person that did this stuff with the remote controls was like the same person who like so they bought food because I was like at their house in the evening and they brought food home from their shift and I had accidentally broke a wine glass and I forgot to tell them. And he looks in the cupboard where the wine glasses are, and there's one missing, and it's not on the sink, so must be broken, right? And he goes, "You broke one of my wine glasses?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's right," because I'd forgotten about it. Because like I was like, "It's just a wine glass. Like I can, I can pay for it and replace it later if it's a problem, right?" And he goes, "Why didn't you tell me?" And I was just like, "I only just remembered now because you just told me now." And he goes, "You weren't going to tell me." I was just like, "What do you mean? I forgot." He's like, "You were going to lie to me about it. You weren't going to tell me. You were going to pretend like nothing happened." I'm just like, "Well, I just admitted to it then. So what do you mean?" And I was trying to eat my food, because I was fucking hungry. He just started yelling, got really irrational really quickly. He started yelling at me. He got right up because I was sitting on the kitchen counter. And he got right up in my face as I was sitting on the kitchen counter, like yelling at me. I can't even remember what he was saying, but he was so nasty. And I just started crying. I put my food down on the counter and I like went into his bedroom and closed the door to get away from him until he calmed down. And then like I came back out like an hour later and he'd thrown my food in the bin. He threw out my dinner. That guy was a cop, and that guy also loves Jordan Peterson. So I don't know. Um, Most of what that guy is just straight waffle. Yeah, he is just straight waffle. So that would actually make him a genius in a way, right? Keep the birds eating out of your hand. Um, no, that's not what a genius is. That's like saying Kim Kardashian is a genius and she's not. He's obviously super neurotic. Yeah, he is neurotic because he can't stop crying. You're right. He can't stop crying. He cries about like weird stuff that doesn't personally affect him all that much as well, which is odd to me. Like I get upset and I cry about stuff to do with like my family. But he cries about weird shit. It could just be fake tears. It could be crocodile tears to try and twist people's minds into trusting him as well. I was talking about he definitely has NPD. You reckon? Um, no, it's just similar techniques to Tony Robbins, Mike Scientology, JDM, etc. Draws in the NPCs to be grifted. Yeah, yeah, I agree with you with that. And they are NPCs because they can't read between the lines and understand what actually is going on, which is unfortunate because people lose money being grifted because they're NPC. It's sad, but I mean, what are you going to do about it? Um, and he's not a genius, but people think he is because he does exactly that. It's like a doctor telling you to exercise and then calling him a genius. Yeah, I know. And now he's with Daily Wire, hanging out with Ben Shapiro in Israel. Based. um, yeah, I don't really know what's going on at Daily Wire. I haven't really been keeping up with it, to be honest with you. Oh my god. Um, there's a video. Okay, no jokes. Obviously, there's a video of them in like a limo called "Behind the Scenes in Israel," and I haven't watched it, but the title and thumbnail are hilarious. Really? In a limo. What kind of corny shit is that? Um, behind the scenes in Israel. Congrats to them. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if E has NPD. Um, it's hard to say. I know that I know that he's in communication with certain people. Um, and he acts a certain way, but like it's, you know, a lot of people don't know how to read between the lines because they don't know what to read for. You know what I mean? So um, they need to read more. I like reading. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. What am I saying? They don't know how to read between the lines because, like I said, they don't know what to read for. So, um, certain things he says don't really mean what people think they mean. If you know what I mean. So, like, if you take things to mean that he's like, you know, anti women's rights and things like that, he does look like a massive narcissist. But when you when you understand a little bit more about what's going on, it sort of looks less like that. But I mean, it is hard to tell. Some things he says I don't really even get where he's coming from because I'm just like, eh. I can't be bothered trying to figure it out sometimes as well. I don't know. I stay out of it most of the time. But I'm not sure if I'd call him a narcissist though. Um, like I don't think he's ever tried to. I don't think he's ever tried to make me feel as though I was um like crazy or in the wrong somehow. Yeah, I don't think he's ever done that to me. But sometimes it looks like that to other people who don't get what's going on. You know, sometimes people, you know, they want to twist things to make it mean that he is a horrible person, and I kind of think that's NPD, to gaslight and turn things into something nasty when it's not. That's a narcissistic thing to do. Um, and yeah, I mean, like the guy that said he felt like punching me in the face is a fucking narcissist. Some of the shit he was saying to me was disgusting. Gaslighting the shit out of me, trying to make me question my reality and my personal life. It's fucking disgusting. There's a video of them. Yeah, it's like they're balling out. That's what I'm saying. Congrats, they're popping champagne, pouring it all over each other. Did you guys see that horrible Milo and Destiny debate? You mean Milo as in Milo Yiannopoulos? Is that how you say it? No, I didn't see that. I didn't know that Milo was a thing anymore. Um, the state of discourse. I, I didn't know that he was. Isn't. Oh, he's the guy that says. like some pretty controversial shit, isn't he? Hang on, let me learn a little bit real quick and Google. Hang on. Um. Didn't he say like some weird shit about the state of discourse amazing? Elon Musk. What do you mean, Elon Musk? I don't know what that's referring, like what that's in response to. Trump is another one. Trump's a narcissist. I think people aren't wrong about that. I think he is. Yeah, I think people are right about that one. But like there are a lot of narcissists around the place. But didn't Milo say some weird? I'm pretty sure he did. He said some weird stuff about. Um, yeah, that was him. Um, I'm not going to talk about it on here because I don't think it's anything that great to talk about on here. But yeah, you probably already know what I'm talking about. Um, um, okay, and he later apologized for it as well. Okay. Hmm. He apologized for it later and explained that he had some warped views because of what happened to him. Then apparently I heard he says he's not really. He said that. Let me have a look. Mm. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. Um, so he's. Where did he even come from? He looks a lot like someone I know. Like weirdly, a lot like someone I know. So when did he become a thing? Like, does anyone know what year he kind of like rose to prominence on the internet? I don't know. I don't know how to find that either. I don't. I mean, I guess I could research and look into it, but um, I don't know. I just want a quick, easy answer. If anyone has the answer, that'd be great. Well, he had an inappropriate relationship with the. He's like, okay. I think that's basically. He did apologize, and he's yeah. Um, but yeah, he's trying to. Okay. Seems like he's on. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say about him, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't know. He's funny but tragic. Um, I mean, I was gonna get, that book he wrote. I was gonna get a copy just to see what was in it, but then I decided not to. But I was gonna get a copy. He tried to. Well, I don't know exactly what he said about it either. Uh, let me see if I can find like an article that has has whatever he said in it. So wait, what? He's what? Um. Okay. All right. Yeah. This chick, Lauren Southern, said Miley grifted her. That and a lot of other stuff kind of steered her more away from the right. Um, I don't really know anything about Lauren Southern, and to be honest with you, I could give not many shits about anything she has to say, to be honest with you, because she's done a lot of damage. The whole era of YouTube back in the day when I was edgy boy was like fucked. um, yeah, it was just stupid, and I don't know, like I just feel like people like I don't know, people are annoying. Not in general, actually, sorry, in general, I guess, relatively. Um, Milo was pretty crooked and probably still is, though definitely struggling and perhaps trying to be about it. If I'm being optimistic, but the debate was not very promising. Oh, so was this recent? Forgot to include people like Tucker Carlson. I really think he's on. He might be on something, but also he might also just be whatever. I don't know. It's hard to say with some people. It's gotten so easy for me to see through these people that I can often spot them on their looks or the way they sound. Yeah, yeah, I would say the same thing. Yeah, although I did have some people say that and like they're just like not on the mark at all. Like, so the guy that said he was going to punch me in the face, um, I sent like a small snippet of Reed talking about like biomed stuff, like biomed research and stuff. And he responds to me and he goes, sounds like a slowed down Ben Shapiro. I just like, right, okay. So maybe your judgment is better than his, but like I just yeah, it was annoying when he said that. I was like, fuck off, go away. a few weeks ago. All right, maybe I'll have a look at it. What were they? He was defending this idea of so. Oh my god, Christian nationalism. Oh really? Awesome. Good for him, I guess. What the fuck? Was that the whole debate? Christian nationalism. That doesn't sound like bullshit at all. Um, what is it with people? What the fuck? Christian nationalism. So, but like also Destiny is weird too. I mean, Destiny and Friends, Destiny and Co have some weird debates about shit. It has videos doing the same to all the other names I've mentioned. Has who does? Am I missing a comment of yours? I'm not sure if I'm missing a comment or not. It's skipping every second comment. Okay. You might be using swear words, maybe. I don't really know. Heaps. Okay. Yeah, I don't know then. I don't know. I don't think I've put any words in like the censor bin. So I'm not sure why I would be doing that. Yeah, I don't know. Channel called some more news. What videos? I don't know. I'm getting half of the picture here. I don't really know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. You never know what gets through. Yeah, I think you might be saying something that they don't particularly like. I'm not 100% certain who's got the controls over it at YouTube on my channel. I don't know who it is. So I don't really know like where they align with things. So I'm not sure what's not getting through. I don't think I've censored anything. Because you still see your own comments. Okay, yeah. It's hard for me to tell you which ones have been redacted, I guess. But yeah, like I don't know who's like modding this stuff. I don't know. Just trying to think. So YouTube is isn't YouTube and Google the same thing now? They are. So Sergio owns Google. Pretty sure Sergio and Elon are not friends anymore. Yeah, I don't think they're on good terms. So it's possible you're saying something true that they just don't want in the chat. I don't know. Because we're discussing some things that certain people don't want me to discuss. Do you have it on live chat or top chat? I have it on top chat. Good point. Let me see. Live chat. Close. Oh my god, that changes everything. Wow, I have heaps of comments. Okay. So I'm just used to being censored on YouTube. My channel got like ruined. We got pulled from the algorithm when it started launching, which is shit. It started taking off, and they were just like pulled it. So let me just read what you've been saying here. So, some leftist guy has a channel. This is views in St. all the other names I've mentioned. It's skipping here a second. Trying to call some more news. YouTube live streaming stuff. Because you still use your income. It's not just your channel, it's everything. Do you have it on my chat? See other messages. Make sure it's on. Yeah. I don't really prescribe to any political leaning. Doesn't mean that I'm apolitical. It just means that I think it's more complicated than, just left or right. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it was on Top Chat. I've changed it now. Oh my god, what's the time? It's not even, I guess it's kind of late. I should probably, let me just check in and see. Maybe I can stay up. Let me see if I'm allowed to stay up. You should go on a live with me then. Can we do that? Can we do like a two-way live? If we have like maybe 5 people watching, it wouldn't be a big deal. Oh my god, alright. You fool. Alright. Looks like I can stay up a bit longer. I just realized I'm like not in frame properly. I'm trying to like give my neck a rest without like laying on my pillow. I think all political parties are trash and crooks. I'm trying to make it a team sport so fanatics cheerlead for them. I also think, on top of that, because I agree with that, I think it's like, oh, there we go. That was pretty loud. I think it's like on top of that, it's like they play into like the mob mentality, and I think generally a lot of politicians are not that bright. Some of them, I guess, are pretty smart, but I feel as though they're not as bright as they think they are. I don't know. I don't know if I want to say too much about political things either. Like I don't want to. I don't know if I want to say too much about like what I think about like the state of politics, like how I think things work and how I think they should work. I don't know if that's something I want to talk about. But I do have my opinions on that. Like I have pretty strong opinions on that as well, to be fair. So that's probably why I don't want to talk about it. Didn't you have a Discord channel? I never got that or joined it. And sometimes I think it's probably better for both of us if I don't. Why is it better for both of us if you don't? I do have a Discord channel. I've got Discord. You can add me on there if you want. Like, you can just like direct message on Discord back and forth. Just add me on there. Like, I'll drop it here if you want. Actually, no, maybe I shouldn't. I'm just thinking who would be watching right now. Probably no one. Although this could be being streamed to a third party hosting, and then by extension have a lot of people watching. So, but no, you can add me on Discord if you want. I suppose it doesn't matter if people find my Discord handle anyway, because like they have to add me for me to add them back. They can't just get in there. So if I give you my Discord thing, then you can have it and you can add me on there. But yeah, I have a server. But I think I cleaned everybody out of it because I wanted to try out this like chatbot thing. So I plugged it into my Discord. It was alright. I might do it again though. I think it stopped working. I need to try it again. I'm apolitical at this point. None of them have good policies, but they make it team A versus team B when it's all the same team full of lies. Be careful, because sometimes I think you have people that crept into your circle and manipulate you from the shadows. What do you mean by that? I mean, you don't have to elaborate, but like, yeah, I don't know what you mean. I mean, it could be one of two things you're saying. I mean, I always was. Then I realized I'm more conservative than I thought. But popular conservatism stuff is kind of a joke now. I don't know. Like, I don't particularly agree with conservatism, because it just seems kind of fucked to me. I think they're just stupid ideas. Like, conservatism almost seems like it needs another name these days. Like, it's not even conservatism anymore. It's like literally like trying to take people back like 50 plus years. So it's not even conservatism. You're not conserving stuff. You're trying to degenerate stuff. It's just, I don't know. But also at the same time, I don't agree with a lot of other stuff. I don't want to talk about this too much. I just mean some of the stuff you say when you do come online, I feel people feed into bad thoughts and prevent you from being well. You mean like who? What did I say this time around that made you think that? I was talking about that guy that said he wanted to punch me in the face. But I didn't really say much more than that. I think I was talking about like the the NIFETI stuff. Yeah, I think you're right about that, but I don't think they're like people in my circle. Sometimes they try to get into my circle, but that doesn't mean that they're in my circle. They maybe think they are. I don't know. People pretending to be other people to exploit you to get attention. Don't know. I think people probably do try to do that. But I'm not stupid either. So I mean, people pretending to be other people to exploit you to get attention. I don't know. Like, I mean, I know what you're saying, but I would like to know more about why you think that, and like, from what perspective you're saying that from. You know what I mean? Like, it's a pretty complex issue. Why is my nose running? Probably because I took aspirin. That would be why. There's just like extreme factions that go on your attention. They just parrot the same talking points. Um, Now you got me thinking about that. Who do you mean? What do you mean? You can add me on Discord if you want. Like, this is a pretty like open public forum. This is. It's hard online because sometimes you never really know who you're dealing with without seeing. Oh, yeah. So like, I mean, I think I get what you mean, but like, it's hard line because sometimes you never really know who you're dealing with without seeing and hearing them. I think are you let me try to think where you're coming from. I don't have specifics because I only sometimes see some of your streams, but I've seen people here before purposely trying to mislead you. Oh, yeah. No, I think so that was back when I hadn't sorted things out before. I don't know, like anybody could be watching right now. So like I don't really feel safe to tell you what's going on, you know. Because I don't know who you are. Like you might be someone who's trustworthy, you might not be as well. Um but like there are like 5 people watching and only 2 people in the chat, you know, so we have like 3 lurkers here at least. Sometimes YouTube doesn't show all of the viewers, so like, but what I will say is, um, back when I used to do lives and you had like, I had like my sister in here once. I'm pretty sure she was like trying to troll me with handles on here as well, like pretending to be whoever and like trying to troll me basically, with fake accounts to try and confuse me and to set me off. Word, I'm gonna have to get in on this Discord. Yeah, sure, you can. I'll drop my Discord in the chat in a minute when I grab it from my app. But yeah, she was in here like trying to pretend to be people. I wouldn't be surprised if like my brother on my mom's side was trying it as well. Um, that was before I realized what was going on properly. I'd figured it out partially, but I didn't realize some very very important things about myself, and about just stuff. Like yeah, there's just some things that I didn't realize at that point. So I was in a state where I didn't know what the fuck anyone wanted from me, basically. So yeah, that's probably why you were saying that. I would say this is probably the best explanation I have for that. Um, and from what you've said with people you seem to communicate with, yeah, and, that guy who said he was going to punch me in the face is a fucking idiot, and like he tries to make things about him as well. Obviously, it doesn't work. That's why I feel weird chatting over the internet when you don't have any way to verify I'm in person. Um, well, I mean, you could if you wanted to, like, but obviously, I wouldn't expect someone to do that either, because it's the internet. But like, I mean, people have my face, they have my voice. Um, because like I show my face, right? So people can figure out who I am pretty easy. So it's not like you have to worry about whether or not I'm a real person or about what my identity actually is or anything like that. Because like I'm, I show my face and I talk. So um, I think the concern for you would be like whether or not you would feel like identifying yourself, I suppose. And I wouldn't force someone to do that because that's not fair. And the other thing is, if you did and you turned out to be, um, somebody that wants to stay private, if you did divulge information to me or whatever, I wouldn't show anybody. It wouldn't leave my Discord. It would, it's not something that I'd be handing over to anybody or anything like that. I mean, I have, I don't want to say dirt on people, but like I guess for all intents and purposes, it's dirt. Like I have, I'm talking like solid, like proof, um, and it's never left me. It's never reached the public. Like this is stuff I could sell to fucking TMZ kind of shit. I'm talking about very high profile people. Yeah, it's not something I do. So, because I would fucking hate it if someone did that sort of shit to me. That's why I don't do it. Ow. But I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm just explaining myself, I guess. Um, I'm about to send a mildly funny meme on Discord. Are you on my Discord? Let me just see if you did send something. Where? Did you send me a mildly funny meme? Because I can't see one. Are you on my Discord? You're at work? What are you doing on here at work? I'm not good with people or talking, but sometimes I feel like you just need someone genuine to bounce things off that just wants to help or listen. Who, me or in general? um, you're not good with people or talking. I would, I mean, obviously I don't know you, but like, I kind of feel like that sometimes. But then, like, I'm actually quite good with people. But I think, like, if you grow up being told bad things about yourself, I think you can start to think that about yourself. So called free thinkers when you hit them in the shins with what? Why the fuck did you send this to me? When you hit them in the shins with a crowbar. Heals multiple times during a fight. Heals themselves once. Me. Yes, I saw them. Funny memes. Thank you very much. I'll put my Discord in the chat, just in case you want to talk. All right, hang on. What is it? Oh, it copies automatically. Nice. There it is. That's my Discord. But yeah, obviously, like, if you like add me, can you like also just put your um your username or whatever or something? I don't know. Or just let me know when you have, maybe. So if you do it like now, just let me know when you have. That might be the safest option. I tend to drift into a negative into negatives, so try not to associate much with people because they can't enjoy that. What do you mean? Drift into negative? About what? What type of thing? Thanks. I'll check it out on it. I also can drift into negative as well. I think it's It's something that's pretty normal if you're over a certain sort of intelligence thing, but also probably not just an intelligence thing, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that, didn't make sense, but um mm, I don't know. I don't know. Poor neck. Poor neck. 100. Why do you keep doing that 100 emoji? But yeah, that's like my Discord, and it's the beginning of the server, and I've got a voice channel in here. Oh, get out! I'm in the voice channel. No, and I've got my text channel. Apparently, there's nothing in my server anymore. I don't remember wiping it, to be honest, but I must have. I remember removing people from it. So there's no one in here anymore because I was testing a bot in here, but I don't know. Maybe I'll put people back in there. Maybe. Maybe. Kind of like Larry David jokes. I find funny in negative things. Didn't let me add that username. What do you mean it didn't let you add it? Did you type it in the way that it says on the screen? Because No Sunstars has had no problems adding me. We're on Discord. And other people haven't had problems adding me. Copy and pasted it. Maybe there's a space? Because it looks like there's a space here. Yeah, no. Hang on. Oh, no, there's not. Maybe if you just search without the numbers, can you do that? And then, like, just pick the one that has the numbers that are correct. I don't think there'll be any other Reign of Kelly in there, though. No one ever uses it. It worked. Okay, hang on, let me have a look. Incoming friend request. Alright. There you go. Now was on Discord. We're on Discord now. My god. My god. We've been Discord friends since 2020 or 2021. Yeah, we have for a while. And you've witnessed some pretty turbulent times in my amnesia awakening. It's pretty fucking wild sometimes. I'm sorry about that. Probably not a good idea to talk about it here though. 100 is kind of just like a chill word. Well, it's a number, not a word, but we've been, yeah, I read that already. It's like a sign of peace and solidarity. Lamau. That's just how I use it. Well, because 100 is like keeping it 100 like truth. Yeah, I know. Thumb up emoji. Okay, I gotta take my AirPod out first because it's obstructing my hearing. Can you pull off? No, I can't do it right now because I've been talking in my own accent for so long. Can you can you pull off a convincing American accent? Can you pull off a convincing American accent? It's still sort of British though, sort of. Sometimes I'm really good at it. I guess I can. I can sort of. But I'm tired right now, and it can be difficult to concentrate on the sounds that you have to make to do a Valley Girl accent, because as we all know, I am the original Valley Girl, obviously. It's a kind of versatile use of the emoji. Feel free to leave a message if you need someone to check in with. Look, I'll send you there you go. I'll send you a message. There you go. Now it looks like I started the conversation. So where are we up to? Don't mention it, buddy. You're probably like low-key traumatized by it. I'm so sorry. It's kind of a versatile use of the emoji. You sound like a Valley Girl. Oh, I do? That is so great. I'm like so grateful. I'm so grateful. Love the accents. I remember that from another stream. Yeah, I've been doing these accents for a long time. I think I've even picked up some of Reed's inflections just from watching his interview as well. Although I think it might be my own inflection. I'm not really too sure, because I don't know if I copied him or he copied me. But whichever it is, I don't know if it's even worth debating or thinking about, honestly. But yeah, I used to do this accent, like a more like hammed up version, back in high school. Like after, I think it was after I finished high school, like right after I finished high school, I got on YouTube and I did this video, this satire video called Hot People Can Relate to Jesus Christ. And I trolled everyone. I had all of these like really angry religious folk like in my comment section, like telling me that I was gonna burn in hell, and like saying all that really nasty shit. And I had like people from my school, from my community, saying really horrible things to me. And I don't know, I just took it a bit too far, maybe. I could have took it further, I guess. So what I started doing is I started going to the shop, going through the checkout at the store, talking like this. So then everyone thought that I like lost my shit, and that I thought I was American, and it made them even madder at me, and made them even madder at me. And I just thought it was really funny. That video got like, I don't know, like 10K views, and it was like my first upload. Yeah, I thought it was really funny, and I did my makeup pretty bad, and I had like janky hair because I used to cut my own hair. I mean, I still do, but I know how to do it better now. And when my hair grows out a bit more, I'm going to get it cut properly. When I go to Canada later this year, I'm going to go get it cut at like a proper salon later when my hair grows out a bit. Um, but yeah, I like did my makeup like kind of gross as well. And when I talked, I deliberately opened my mouth heaps because that's what a lot of American girls do. And a lot of people kept commenting on like, "Oh my god, why do you open your mouth so much when you speak? It's disgusting." But yeah, I said some pretty funny things. Um, I thought it was funny. I actually wrote a script for it before I did it, and I rehearsed the script first. And so it looks like I was just, going like out on a limb. It looked like I was just like, what's the word? When you just make it up as you go along. It looked like I was improvising, but I wasn't. I actually wrote and memorized an entire script, and I did it all in one take. And it was, it was quite a long video actually. And yeah, I said like Jesus Jesus starves himself to be thin so that he has like his ribs showing and he has long beach babe blocks. And he actually had like a rib taken out um, as well. I'm not sure why I said that. I guess he's also Houdini. Um, but then, like, I said some shit about like Barack Obama as well. And I said, like, he looks like Chris Brown. And I don't know. And I said, I don't know much about like the poltergeists of the world, AKA politics. But Barack Obama looks like Chris Brown. Um, I also said that um, I also said that ugly people um, should just work at McDonald's because nobody wants to see your face. I was just trolling. I was just trolling everyone because I got picked on in high school so badly. So I just did that. It'd be different if I talked in this accent. It'd be different. But I actually, they know I don't talk like that. They know that's not my accent. So I just think it was so funny that they got so mad about it. They're easy to troll, I guess. I mean, you sound like what a in-car navigation American accent sounds like. I do. Do I sound like Siri? Um, literally, Callie. Haha, that's great. Well, once he starts with the accent, yeah, it took me a long time to get out of that. I was like, oh, this is probably going overboard. I'm going to stop now. So I nearly started again. So good. Imagine if Paris Hilton said that loving Jesus Christ is hot. I guess even that's a little blasphemous, but it's kind of good, Lamel. Honestly, Barack Obama is Chris Brown. Chase on my Barack Obama looks exactly like Chris Brown. He does. Um, Barack Obama looks like Chris Brown. Um, should I say something about Reed? Let's say something about Reed. No, let's do an impression of Reed. Hang on, can I do an impression of Reed? I can't. I'm gonna start laughing if I try. Yeah. Yeah, DNA is really weird. It's actually really interesting. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm gonna start laughing. It's mean anyway. I shouldn't do it. I don't usually dis. Why do you say discowed? Why is it discowed? Why? All right, I'm running out of things to talk about. Someone said discowed once, and then maybe last, so I keep using it. Okay. It's the weekend, so I don't really need to go to sleep, but at the same time, what is the time over there? Because I should be a little bit more considerate, because reasons. Let me have a look. You're about to make. You're always making pizza. You're either making or ordering pizza. What kind of pizza are you making? Is it one-eyed pizza, like Hawaiian pizza? Loves Hawaiian pizza. What am I doing? Time in. I'll just say. Oh, geez, wow. Sleep deprivation. No. Yes. How do you get affected by the sun coming out without sleeping? I have been making them every weekday since last October. What happened last October? Last October was 2022. What happened last October? I don't remember. Haven't purchased one since I got my oven. I can't remember what happened last October. I remember what happened October 2021. That was weird. But I haven't. Did I do anything October last year? What was I doing October last year? I don't know. But October 2021 was very weird. October 2022 though. I don't know if anything really happened October 2022. Just work, really. Yeah, we look at the time. I've been on here for nearly 4 hours. I mean, like, I used to do, like, fucking 12-hour streams on here and sleep as well. Just to prove a point. Oh. It's as long as you've ever seen me stream for, I have streamed for, like an entire night's sleep before. Like, had the camera, like, pointed at my bed and just slept on live stream. I like making a light dough with quality sauce and cooking it till it chars and then finishing it with Parmesan cheese. So just sauce and cheese. making a light dough with quality sauce and cooking it till charred, and then you like leaving it sun up. Okay, of course you do. A light dough with quality and parmesan. Is that it? Is that even pizza at that point? Parmesan, just parmesan cheese. You're still vegetarian. Why? Can I ask why you're vegetarian? Because I don't know if we've talked about this before. Because, I mean, I think you said at one point you used to be vegan. I used to be vegan as well. Um, I also use mozz and cheddar and tasty cheese. Uh, I thought you said you had been vegan. Sorry. I thought you said you had been. Um, mozzarella cheese is good. I like mozzarella cheese. I like bocconcini, which is just small mozzarella in water, basically. I like bocconcini. So you don't eat meat? Why don't you eat meat? What does it make you feel bad? You, do you get sad when you eat meat or something? I never used to want to eat meat when I was a kid because I used to feel bad about the lambs. I gave up meat a long time ago when I quit McDonald's. Yeah, I used to like cry eating lamb chops when I was a kid. When I was like 9, it started when I was about 9 years old, for reasons, the shit that happened. Um, I became aware of like my own mortality, like suddenly, very suddenly, and it was caused by something. But then yeah, at the same time, like I just couldn't eat lamb chops anymore. I found myself picking ham out of fried rice when I was younger. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm still not okay with it. Like I still don't like um eating meat if I think about it, but I just didn't think about it. Um, yeah, I don't know, but if I thought about it properly, I could probably go back to not eating meat. But I mean, I'm just trying to think like I don't particularly like I don't like chicken very much. Um, chicken's boring. I don't I don't even utilize lamb like ever. Um, I don't know about bacon. Like I like bacon, but I don't like pork. I fucking hate pork. Follow a cattle truck on the motorbike and you'll never want to eat meat again. It's also sad. I don't like the smell. So like I one of the reasons I don't like pork. This is the main reason I don't like pork. Um, actually it's one of two main reasons. So I don't like pork because I used to like live close to like a main road, like one of the main veins that like trucks used to go down,
in Adelaide, and I'd for some reason, like, fucking without fail, like almost every time I had to cross this road, there'd be like a poultry or a pork truck, um, like driving around this corner, and the pork trucks stink. They smell so disgusting. Um, but they smell like what pork tastes like. And once you make that connection, it just you can't eat pork the same way ever again. It just tastes dirty. That and the way they kill pigs is fucking disgusting. It's cruel. But I'll eat bacon. Um, so I don't know, like I just sort of feel like bacon doesn't taste like the way pork smells. But if I could taste the pork from the bacon, I wouldn't want to eat it anymore because then I'd be making the association between the pork and the pig truck. I have to work, so I can only enjoy day sleeping on the weekend. It's because I like staying up late, getting stoned and gaming or watching crap. Yeah, you seem to have a lot of free time on your hands. Like a lot of free time on your hands. Like like I work full time now, but I used to have a fair bit of time on my hands considering the amount of the amount of uh the amount of places I was all at once, I guess. I had a lot of free time on my hands. It's just funny. But no, not so much. But yeah, I noticed like you have a fair bit of free time, yeah. But yeah, I don't cook lamb like ever. I don't really enjoy lamb. I mean, it's okay, but like it's I don't know. I'm a picky, simple eater, so there's enough food I like where I choose not to eat dead creatures. That's cool, I guess. I kind of have to at the moment because of where I live. Everything's really expensive out here, and I don't have the energy to meal prep, and we don't have even vegetarian options here. It's not a thing. I mean, I could be wrong about that. I need to check a certain place first, but I don't think we have even decent vegetarian options here. I'm by myself, so outside of work, there are no limits to where I can spend time. Yeah, I only do because I need to find work. It's definitely good to have a normal schedule. Um, all right, we're nearing 4 hours. I'll stay on for a little bit longer, I guess. Um, oh my god, my neck. I kind of feel like going to sleep. But also at the same time, I sort of feel like not going to sleep because it's the weekend. And like, I mean, oh my god. Oh, I'm not going to talk about that. I said earlier that I had a stressful day at work, and I just remembered just then that I had a stressful day at work. I'm not going to talk about it because it will most likely get back around, and then people will like think they can try shit on me or something. But yeah, it was not fun. Alright, well, maybe I should watch a movie. I think if I start watching a movie, I'm going to fall asleep though. And then I will have wasted. Actually, no. How long, when you rent a movie, how long does it last for? Isn't it like 48 hours or some shit like that? I think it is. I think it's 48, or is it 24 hours? Something like that. From the time of hitting play the first time on the rental or some shit like that. I can't remember how YouTube rentals work. But that's where I usually go. I usually go to YouTube because I don't like paying for Netflix subscription because I don't really watch anything on there. And if I do subscribe to it, it'll be for a specific purpose to watch a specific thing until I'm done with it, and then I'll unsubscribe. So I just rent stuff of YouTube when I want to watch movies. I try not to think about meat stuff, but sometimes I do, and it's gross and sad, and I try to just have more organic stuff and assume it's ethically sourced, but I should probably look into it more. Is it hard to feel satiated as a vegetarian? No, I wouldn't say so. I used to be vegan, and I think it's a different type of feeling. Um, but yeah, it's alright. It's easier if you're vegetarian though, because you can include like dairy, and eggs and stuff. When you're vegan, you can't have any of that. I was vegan for a couple of years, and I would definitely consider it if neither of those are actually real problems. If neither of what? Oh, you mean ethical sourcing and organic stuff? Um, I think palm oil is maybe the only thing you have to worry about. But there's a lot of unethical palm oil in a lot of stuff. So it's hard to avoid, and most people don't avoid it anyway. Um, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I did used to be vegan though. So I would eat all like the meat substitutes and stuff like that and whatever else. I don't know. I didn't really feel like I was missing out on anything when I was vegan. Um, Sometimes I felt like maybe I was missing out on ice cream, maybe, but you don't have that problem if you do the vegetarian thing. Um, I'm not a good vegetarian, mostly just junk food, so terrible diet, but feel very satiated after a big cheese pizza or feed of hot chips, etc. I'm kind of an eat to live person, as I say, so I don't think I would really mind it. Yeah, that I'm like that. I mean, I love food, but like I could go a full day without eating, and like a bad hunger pain and stuff. But like if I'm too tired to or too stressed out to, I don't force myself to do it. So like sometimes I'll be fasting for like 24, 48 hours or something accidentally, and then I eat. and it's just to make sure I don't die. It's just maintenance eating. It's not that I don't like food. I love food, but yeah, I don't know. I would worry about all oil. If you've got oil, USA is coming. Shut up. You just been lurking here the entire time, and then you just jump back in with that. It would probably help me to generally feel more clean and clear. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's a thing. I think that's like kind of like this pseudoscientific stuff. But I mean, I could be wrong. Like, I don't know. I because I've been not doing that, so maybe there is a difference, and I just don't remember or something. Sometimes I just have a packet rice in the microwave, toasted cheese sandwich, baked bean, jaffle, etc. What's a jaffle? What the fuck is a jaffle? Oh, a toasty. That's what you mean, a toasty. Maintenance eating. Low facts. Low facts. Smith's thinly cut potato chips, sweet chili, and sour cream are something I'm addicted to lately. I've been eating mozzarella balls a lot. Like just the Coles brand ones. Because I pick them up from the servo on my way home from work. And then just chuck them in the oven with some hash browns when I get home. And I've been eating that. I like food that's easy to eat. I can't stand food that is not easy to eat. Like it upsets me if you have to like I don't know. I fucking hate lamb chops. One of the main reasons I hate lamb chops is because like you have to fucking cut at it, and then if you're not doing that, you have to pick up the bone and eat the meat off the bone. I'm not fucking doing that. I hate it. I don't like it. I don't have to fucking do that. Stupid. Jaffle is more of a sealed parcel, whereas toasted are referred to as a sandwich press. 3K maintenance calories, as in to maintain my happiness. I don't even do that, my friend. I get about a quarter to half of my required calorie intake every day. Sometimes I drop to 2 kilograms in 1 week. So I need to like now that I've dropped down to a certain weight, I need to be more observant about my food because I've lost all of the excess weight that I put on. And if I continue losing weight, I'm gonna get quite thin. So I need to be careful now. And stop fasting for all these, long stretches of time. Yeah, I don't know. Uncle Ben's Mexican rice is good if it's a good batch, but sometimes you can get a bad batch. Yeah, I've noticed that. I used to eat that stuff. Yeah, I just imagine it to possibly feel like that. Like fasting feels good in that way. And if you're vegetarian, especially vegan, it seems very pure. Um, the only thing that concerns me about meat, other than how they kill the animals, is like the hormones and the shit that are in them, in the meats. Like, I don't know if that's a thing though. Like, do they have hormones in them? I don't know. But I've heard they do. And that would concern me if there's hormones in animal products. If it's upsetting people's bodies. But it's not something I give too much thought to. I'd rather increase exercise than diet on food as much as possible. Well, that's usually what I do. But I live out in the middle of nowhere at the moment, and food costs a fucking arm and a leg. And then on top of that, I would have to be paying for gym membership on top of the expensive food prices. And if I were to start exercising more, I would have to increase my calorie intake. I'd be actually having to eat enough food, which is expensive here. So not only would I be spending more on food if I started exercising again, I would also have to pay for a gym membership. And I have more important things to do right now than to worry about that. I have things to do, basically. But yeah, I mean, if I was able to, and I was in a place where I felt comfortable spending all that money, then sure. But yeah. I lost a lot of weight last year from doing that kind of accidental fasting. I can afford stuff, but I struggle with the idea of paying double or 50% on things compared to 12 months ago. Well, where I live at the moment, like I said, it's like in the middle of nowhere. So it's even more expensive than that. So it's inflation plus the added costs of having to get stuff delivered out all the way out here. Like a box of washing powder, for instance, costs about $16. I'm not making that up. That's true. I can go into a shop and take a picture of the price tag and send it to you on Discord. So like $13 maybe might be the cheapest. I'm pretty sure. A box of T2 T-Sane bags, like 10 of them, is $15. A packet of chops is about $25. Yeah, it's stupid prices out here. I mean, they're just a few things, but like they're expensive for what they are. And there are no options to get like more affordable items. They just don't have those options here. They just don't. Like if you're like near Coles or Woolworths, they have all of these things on special that don't cost an arm and a leg, but they don't have it out here. I stood to lose some weight, but it wasn't really proper weight loss, so I only buy stuff on special when it's close to original price, or now I've been transitioning to cheaper stuff. Also, I definitely exercise and eat more tone. Yeah, they don't even have the cheaper options out here. That's the sad part about living out here. They don't have the cheaper options. Stuff like never goes on special. And it costs like fuck tons more than everywhere else. I've been back out here for maybe a year, I think. I haven't noticed like a dramatic increase in the prices, but the prices are already hiked up a huge amount anyway. So I would be surprised if the guy that runs the store is just absorbing the inflation hikes because he was overcharging anyway. It's possible. Tend to buy bulk when things are discounted, but you have to plan ahead 2 months at a time. I mean, now that I think about it, if the guy that owns the shop is hiking things up for the sake of it, it just sort of makes me think that he's bleeding people of their paychecks so he can bank it. I really hope that's not what's going on. Because then he forces like the other store that we have out here to charge more as well. Just to kind of stay competitive, kind of thing. Which it sounds counterproductive, but unfortunately, that's how it works. When one place charges more than another place charges more to keep up with like profit margins and stuff. Yeah. I tend to buy bulk when things are discounted, but you have to plan ahead 2 months at a time. The more regional and the smaller transactions result in high costs. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. It's really expensive. Like, you can go in and buy like 10 things and it'll cost you $50. It's ridiculous. It's like I literally can't afford to eat more than I'm eating. I mean, it's not like I don't have the money to spend it, but like, I want to be able to be in control of my money as well. So it's just like I don't really want to spend more than I'm spending. People are just like, oh, why don't you like cook yourself nice dinners and stuff like that? It's like, because I don't want to spend the money on it. I buy almost nothing some weeks and it's still $60. Yeah, it's disgusting. I think it's just fucking pathetic and almost hilarious that like the cost of living has gotten this bad. Fucking, I don't want to say it. I was gonna say boomers, but it is their fault. Like, oh, back in my day, and it's like, yeah, back in your day, everything was fucking cheap too, and now it's not anymore because like you guys were greedy and took everything. But I don't really talk. I don't. I don't want to talk about that. I don't really want to talk about that at all. Um, it's not really of my concern much anyway. I mean, like I care. I can make my own high quality pizza fully priced and little effort at any time of day or night. That's cool. I might go soon because I'm running out of things to talk about. Did you responded? Uh, on Discord. I thought you were talking about YouTube for a second there. Um, I have a bread machine too, so I can make fresh bread with peanut butter. That's cool. Let me just check in with Reed. Where is he? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? What to do? Mm, okay. Well, I do toaster still. You could talk about the fall of Constantinople. What? What do you mean? Fall of Constantinople? What are you talking about? Where even is Constantinople? Um, there's things I want to know. I can't even remember. Isn't it in Italy? Italy? No? Weird, dude. I'm always. Oh my god, is that even a question? Okay. Oakley dokley. Oakley dokley. Well, no one's talking anymore, so I might just go. To be honest. To be perfectly honest with you, might just go. Um I don't want to talk about the fall of Constantinople. And I'm kind of getting tired, I suppose. Okay, rest. It's probably late AF for you. It's 12 a.m. And I'm keeping somebody else up too because they're waiting for me to go to sleep. Sorry, I'm putting my pizza on while listening. I'm putting my pizza on while listening with headphones. I'm hungry again. Why do I have to look like my dad? What? You're replying to what I said on here. I didn't say it there. Well, again, you're replying to what I said right here, not what I said there. So, like, no, you're being incoherent. Incoherent. I kind of miss the Edgy Boy character, to be honest with you. But Edgy Boy caused a lot of problems, which I kind of find funny. But at the same, at the same time, I don't know. All right, I might go because I don't have anything else to say right now. Been in here for 4.5 hours. I'm just downloading some apps again because I had to clear up space. Well, you got Discord again. That's nice. All right. Well, I might go. I've been on it for a long time. And I'm getting tired. And I've got some stuff to organize this week. And I got book flights. I'm going to Canada. I'm going to Canada later this year. I'm going to Canada. Canada. So I'm going to Canada not next year, later this year. And I'm going to go to the Drake show in Toronto. So that's going to be interesting to go to a show in Toronto. I haven't been to a show for a long time. And I was going to go with somebody else, but they like flaked on me and got like mad about shit. It's just a person who like said they felt like punching me in the face. So like obviously I can't go with them because like, ew. So I basically have like 2 tickets and I don't know. But yeah, I gotta book flights. I gotta apply for the electronic approval to go into the country. And I also have to book accommodation. And I think I have to like organize some other things as well. But yeah. So that's something I have to start organizing. Well, I've got time this weekend and I don't know. Hopefully I can get some sleep. epic seeing Drizzy in his hometown. Haha. I need to finally go to Canada. Well, he moved a bunch of shows, and I kind of felt obligated to purchase tickets then. So that's how that happened. He also wasn't originally going to do shows in Toronto. He added them when he moved a bunch of shows, and so I was just like, okay, now I feel obligated to buy tickets. So that's why I bought tickets. Yeah. So I'm hoping though that the show's good, and I think I'm gonna go now. I'm thinking about things too much. Everything's been a lot all at once. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go now. It's not. You're near Boston. It's not that far away. That's interesting. Well, did you hang on? I don't know if you added me on Discord or not. You didn't. That's fine. I think I'll see what happens. Like I might just go with someone. I've invited someone else, but I don't know if they'll meet me there. So I'll see what happens. Like, see if they actually do meet me there, and yeah. If not, I guess it's no big deal. It's just like a ticket, you know. But yeah, I'm gonna go now. Tell you what. Hang on, just let me sort something out before I go. Oh wow, excuse me. Oh yeah. So like I do have one last thing to say. Let's talk. Let's talk. Alright, I'm gonna go now. I accept the invitation. That is my response to your very pretty letter. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna go, and I will chat to you off camera, obviously. And I will. What? I'm gonna go now. No, actually, I'm going now. I just had to reply to somebody. But yeah, I agree. We should talk. And I guess yeah. The invitation is there. I will be in Toronto later this year for the Drake show in October, obviously in October, and all right, I'm gonna go. All right. Yeah, all right. I don't know how to end this. I haven't gone online for ages. I always suck at ending these as well. But yeah, okay. Cool. Let's talk. Cool. I agree.